Karen, Rachel, were you ready? Good morning and welcome to the March 3rd, 2021 Walton County Technical Review Committee meeting. I think the first item on our agenda is review and approval of the February 17 TRC minutes. Do we have any adjustments to those minutes?
I don't see any. I'll make a motion. We approve the minutes as presented.
We have a motion to approve the minutes as presented. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Anna. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed likewise? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Karen, Rachel, do we have any announcements this morning? Okay, we'll move right into project review. I think we have a number of requests to continue to consider. We'll go ahead and take those here at the beginning in the event anyone is in attendance that's waiting for those particular items. The first one of those is item number 2 on our agenda, the Tanglewood 30A Shops. We have a request to continue to April 7, TRC at 8:30 a.m. in this location. Yes, sir.
Can I speak to that just briefly?
Sure.
Again, my name is Riley Palmer. I represent the owner of the property on this. And just wanted to make a couple of things. Back a couple of weeks ago, we looked at some situation where we actually solicited and got a third-party opinion from Cardio out of Tallahassee, an environmental analysis company. They did basically a community assessment. I've got that report. I'll put it on the portal today. I've got a copy here that I'll turn in for that. I also have a request for a meeting to discuss the findings of that and a couple of options, especially from the Department of Transportation and how they look at that piece of property. I would like to request, I'm sorry, I'm a little short of breath running. I didn't realize that's first on the agenda. But I would like to be able to set up that meeting that we talked about to discuss it and kind of finalize and talk about this report. The last question that I have was just a question for the board in dealing with Bill. The last meeting, he recused himself from discussing this project. I'm just trying to understand who will actually be the engineer of record reviewing this project.
We'll be reviewing it internally.
Internally? Okay, thank you. I'll leave these 2 reports here, and again, I'll place them up on the portal this afternoon.
Thank you, sir. We'll be happy to meet on this particular topic, and yes, I agree. We need to do that prior to this coming back to TRC.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you so much.
Coordinate that through the project manager.
Should I reach out to her? Who should I reach out to schedule a meeting? Rachel?
Reach out to Rachel and the project manager.
I can just upload them on the portal.
If you can just upload it to the portal, that'll be just fine. That'll have the same effect. We have a motion to continue.
I'll make a motion to continue to April 7th.
We got a motion. Do we have a second?
I guess I can second the.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed likewise? Motion carried. This item is continued to the April 7th TRC at 8:30 a.m. in this location. Moving to item number 3, we have a request to continue to April 7, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. in this location. Can we have a motion at the dais?
So moved.
That is the Gregg Air Porsche of Santa Rosa Beach. We have a motion and a second on the request to continue by the applicant. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed likewise? Hearing none, this item is continued to April 7 at 8:30 a.m. in this location. Moving to item number 4, Sunset 30A Fresh Market and Deli. We also have a request to continue this item to the April 7 TRC meeting. Can we have a motion at the dais?
Motion to continue to April 7th.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is anybody here representing the applicant on this one?
Yes, and basically the exact same comments as previous, so,
Thanks, sir.
you know.
We have a motion at the dais. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed likewise? The Sunset 30A Fresh Market and Deli is continued to the April 7, 2021 TRC meeting at 8:30 a.m. in this location. This moves us to item number 5. We have a request to continue to the April 7 meeting also. Anyone here representing the applicant this morning?
I'm David Smith with Interline Engineering, and we would respectfully request, if possible, that it could be continued to the second meeting of March. And we have already resubmitted. We've addressed all the comments. Everything has been turned in. I know staff does need time to do the review, but if possible, we would request that in the next couple of weeks, if possible.
I don't see an issue with that. Tim, you okay with that?
If possible.
If possible, we will. We'll continue to that date. If it's ready, it's ready. If it's not,
Okay.
we'll have to
Thank you.
later.
Thank you.
We have a request by the applicant to amend that request to the March 17 TRC meeting, in hopes that comments will be back by then. Can we have a motion at the dais?
So moved.
We have a motion to continue to March 17. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed likewise? Hearing none, this item is continued to March 17, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. in this location. That moves us to item number 6. We also have a request to continue from staff on this particular item. Anyone representing the applicant this morning?
On Zoom.
I understand we've had some additional information submitted on this project, not a complete resubmittal. Staff is requesting this to be continued to the April 7 meeting. I would suggest that upon review of whatever design information has been submitted, we schedule a meeting with the applicant to give them some further direction on their resubmittal. Would you concur with that, Tim? I think Mr. Benghazi has his hand up. Ezzy, can you hear us? If the applicant is fine with that, that's what we'll plan to do. And Tim, if you can reach out to them in the next day or so and try to schedule a follow-up meeting. I know we'd advised the neighborhood that this item would be continued to April 7 to give them an opportunity to fully understand what is being proposed. And as I said at the last meeting, this is a gateway project to South County. It's a gateway project to the new county park and the panoramic view of coming down US 331. We want to make sure that we get this right. This parcel will get developed in some manner. We just want to make sure that it's developed in a manner that's compatible with the tremendous public investment in that particular area of our county. The applicant is, I believe, committed to that goal also. So we're going to see if we can work together and come up with a project that will be appropriate for this particular location. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to continue this project to the April 7th.
We have a motion to continue to April 7. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Anna. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed likewise? Hearing none, this item is continued to the April 7th, 2021 Technical Review Committee meeting at 8:30 a.m. in this location. The sign will be updated appropriately for that meeting. That moves us to item number 7, the retreat community pool renovation. This is a minor development reviewed by Bob Baronti. Bob, if you could introduce it for us.
Good morning. This is a request to approve by development order. It's a minor development application submitted by Timothy McNamara on behalf of the Retreat of South Walton County Homeowners Association, requesting to reconstruct their community pool and associated infrastructure on 76 plus acres with a future land use of mixed use in the zoning district of traditional neighborhood development. The parcel number is identified in your staff report. Mr. Chair, all comments have been addressed. The applicant, I believe, is here. Has anything to add? I will turn it over to the applicant.
Do we have anybody on Zoom representing the applicant this morning?
If not, I could quickly go over the project.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Chair, simply what they're doing is they added a couple square footage on the beach house that they're redoing in the pool area. There's nothing really major change. No new land is going to be disturbed. There were no comments received. Everything's been addressed, and they are just looking for a development order to make those changes to their pool amenity area.
Thank you, Bob. Seeing there are no outstanding comments, we'll entertain a motion to approve. Recommend a motion.
Recommend motion to approve the project and move it to the development order.
Thank you, Bob. We have a recommended motion. We have a motion of the dais.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed likewise? Hearing none, this item is approved to move forward to development order. Thank you, Bob. I think this next one's yours also, 393 in Newitt Lane.
Yes, sir. This is let me flip the page here. This is a request to approve by development orders, a minor development application. It is submitted submitted by Anderson Engineering on behalf of Craig Terry and Jamin Galter, requesting approved to build a 2,400 square foot office building on 0.34 plus or minus acres with a future land use of mixed use in the zoning district of village mixed use. The project number parcel number is identified in your staff report, and this was continued from the February 17th TRC meeting. Mr. Chair, there are still a number of outstanding comments. The applicant has received those comments, and we would need a resubmittal, and I believe it would be necessary to come back, since there's so many, I would recommend it to come back to the TRC for consideration after we clean them up. I believe the applicant agent is here to speak, and if you don't have any questions, I'll turn it over for the applicant.
Thank you, Bob. Let's hear from the applicant's representative.
May I get the staff report into the record, please?
Yeah, Brian Osborne with Anderson Engineering. Yeah, there are a few comments still outstanding. They are fairly minor and mostly related. One of them, the one about the stormwater running over the retaining wall. We've actually got a outlet box in there, and that was in our previous submittal, where it flows out an 8-inch pipe through that wall at ground level. So that comment should be taken care of, and then the rest of it is just related to the pervious pavers that we're using. I can get with Dewberry after this meeting, or we can discuss during this meeting.
How quickly do you think you can address all of these comments pretty quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. The paver system that we're using has basically an 18-inch rock system that allows for a higher amount of storage and infiltration rate. According to the manufacturer, it actually is a higher infiltration rate than what we have on site currently. So from an engineering standpoint, I think it meets their requirement for what we're using for that for the runoff coefficient for that site. You have options to use pervious concrete or a bigger open area paver for that site. We'd have to do something different for the handicapped area, but in my opinion, this is the best option for that site.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may interject, the comments in the staff report are from the first review, so they've been whittled down quite a bit from this one to the review he's speaking of. So, with his response today, I don't see an issue on my end as far as it holding up. I just asked for some justification for the pervious system being used, and then also there's an 8-inch pipe underneath that pervious pavement that really wasn't spelled out on the plans on where it should be constructed, and I just wanted to see where they were going to put it and how much and that kind of thing. So I feel good with the engineering side of it.
Bob, what do you think?
If that's the case, I don't have a problem. I recommend motion to conditional approval pending successful resubmittal, then move into the development order stage.
Okay. I would concur with your comments and the Dewberry comments. I think all this can be resolved fairly quickly.
Mac, this is Anna. For the record, public works comments were addressed last week, so we don't have any outstanding comments.
Very good. Thank you very much. I think that is the bulk of all of that. So I'm comfortable with that recommendation. We have a recommended motion to conditionally approve this subject to satisfaction of any outstanding comments before moving to development order. Can we have a motion at the dais?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Before we move to the vote, since this is a minor development, we're going to take the opportunity to open a public hearing and invite any comment whatsoever related to this proposed development. Anyone in the audience or on Zoom wishing to make a comment about the 393 and Newitt Lane proposed development? Seeing none live, and I can't see our whole list here, but I don't see any hands up on Zoom. Therefore, we'll close that part of the meeting, and we will move forward with the motion on the dais. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed likewise? Hearing none, this item is conditionally approved to move forward to development order, subject to satisfaction of any outstanding comments. Thank you, Bob. Looks like the next one's yours also. Lot 5 Bay Grove Warehouse, if you could introduce that one for us.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is a minor development application submitted by Baker Engineering's LLC on behalf of Bayou Hauling Services, requesting to construct a 2,240 square feet warehouse on 0.27 plus or minus acres with a future land use of commercial with a zoning district of general commercial. The parcel number is found in your staff report. Mr. Chair, all outstanding comments have been addressed. The applicant is here to answer any other questions you may have. May I enter the staff report in the record, please?
Yes, sir.
And if there's no further questions for me, I will turn it over to Ms. Baker to go over anything you may ask of her.
Thank you, Bob.
Good morning, Michelle Baker with Baker Engineers. There were no comments that I'm aware of on this project, so I'm just asking for it to be moved forward to approval. And if you have any questions, I'm willing to answer them.
Good morning. Anybody have any questions for Ms. Baker? I think all our questions have been answered. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Recommend a motion, Bob?
I'm going to open up for...
Oh, this is a minor development, yes. Let's take the time to do that. As this is a minor development, we'll open a public hearing and invite any comment from any member of the public related to this proposed development. Anyone in the audience or anyone on Zoom wish to make a comment? Seeing none in either location, we'll move forward with recommended motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve this project and move it to the development order.
We have a recommended motion. Do we have a motion at the dais?
So moved. So moved.
Motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed likewise? Hearing none, this item is approved to move forward to development order. Thank you, Bob. Item number 10 is also yours, and that was a request to continue to the next TRC pending the Air Force Community Planner review.
I have everything, Mr. Chair, and it'll be ready for the 17th.
Okay. Anyone representing the applicant this morning? I suppose not. We'll entertain a motion to continue to March 17, TRC at 8:30 a.m. in this location.
Motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Donna. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed likewise? Hearing none, this item is approved to continue to March 17, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. in this location.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Moves us to item number 11, the True by Hilton Santa Rosa Beach major development reviewed by Tim Brown. Tim, if you could introduce this for us.
Yes, good morning. This is a major development order application submitted by David Forstrom requesting approval to construct a 114-unit hotel with pool amenity and associated infrastructure on 2.153 acres with a future land use of mixed use and a zoning of village mixed use. The project is located between the O'Donnell Building and 21st Century Oncology across from the Walmart in Santa Rosa Beach. There's outstanding comments from planning, engineering, public works, and there's a number of outstanding comments with the scenic corridor review. With that, I would ask the staff report be entered into the record, and I will answer any questions and turn it over to the applicant.
So entered. Thank you, Tim. Let's hear from the applicant.
Good morning.
Morning, David.
Morning. David Forstrom. There are a number of issues that were brought up, and I would just like to go over the ones where I'd like to discuss. The ones I don't talk about, I basically agree with. The first issue was the 50% parking reduction, the 20% parking reduction by having 50% behind the building. I didn't really understand exactly what behind the building meant. I thought it was a rear building line, but talking to Tim, he's clarified that. So we're going to modify the building layout to make sure everything is behind the building itself, the 50%. So I understand that. The first public works comments was the existing drive does not appear to meet minimum FDOT design standards. This project is part of an initial development order, number 00924 of September 1999. And there was an existing FDOT access permit issued for the drive connection, so that's already been completed for that development order. So our development doesn't not involve any work. Ours is within the property itself, so it does not involve any modifications to the FDOT drive. So my position was that FDOT drive should be okay since it was already permitted for this development.
What was previously approved here when that permit was applied for?
I'm sorry?
What development intensity was previously approved here supporting that driveway permit application?
That's a good question. The development intensity before was 316 PM hours. And based on our design, going from retail to hotel, it reduces the traffic quite a bit, down to only 68 PM trips. So it's a 78% reduction in traffic versus what was previously approved.
Well, can you repeat the date of the original development order? 1999?
Yes, September 7, 1999.
So basically, DOT, they have different ways of looking at things, but the background trips and the existing trips, I mean, Highway 98's grown tremendously since this thing was originally approved. So I just wanted to make sure that they had a chance to look at it and whether or not they were going to recommend like a safety upgrade. I think I requested a turning lane analysis as well. And I know you're speaking towards the PM peak hour trips,
Right.
but it takes into account the speed limit and the amount of traffic on the road, as well as the existing uses. So I basically wanted to see some correspondence with DOT before we, I mean, let's
Sure.
just face it, there's going to be a lot more vehicles entering and exiting this driveway that was constructed how many years ago?
21 years ago.
Yeah, it's
So
quite
I
a
can
ways
reach
away.
out to the DOT. I don't know if you have a specific contact I need to, but I can share all the plans with them and get their response and review.
Right, because I mean, I'm not even sure that the signage and striping and everything is adequate
Sure.
anymore. I mean, so basically, just need some correspondence there. We're putting a pretty high, in my opinion, high intensity use here for PM peak hour entering and exiting trips in a hotel. So I just wanted that to be.
I'll do that. I'll get a written response from them. If there's anything needed to address, then we can address that.
Yeah, that sounds good. None of the Tops of West PUD was proposed back in that day. That didn't happen until 2006, 2008.
Okay?
So it was a two-lane road back then, I think, wasn't it?
Not sure.
I may not be old enough to remember that, but.
But I'll reach out to the DOT, so I understand.
Yeah, I think
understand that
from
comment.
99 to today, there've been a lot of operational environmental changes that ought to be considered.
Okay, I understand.
They may still say there's nothing else needed, but we'd like to see that they've had another chance to think about it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I agree.
As this particular area of the county continues to build out.
Okay, gotcha.
Any other the public works comments or engineering comments?
I have a few more. The one about, it says appears in 9 parking spaces along the west side are part of an existing development. Please address. That is true. Those 9 parking spaces were part of the existing development order. However, they are on the parcel for the hotel, and they there's adequate parking to handle the hotel with those 9 parking spaces and still have enough for the medical facility, the cancer building. As a matter of fact, that changed from a restaurant to a medical office, so their parking demand went down quite a bit. So we feel like those 9 parking spaces, which are on our parcel, should be counted for our development.
Medical office is 7 per 1,000, so don't know that it would have gone down significantly from a restaurant.
Okay. I can clarify that with the response and calculations.
If you would, just to respond to this particular comment,
Okay.
Just clarify the parking requirement on the adjacent development and this one, and just to demonstrate that we don't have overlap.
Okay, yes, sir. The next comment is, please address how the existing circulation for the site on the west, which is the medical office, will be retained with the proposed layout. We are not altering the circulation on that parcel at all, and it still has the access to the connection on our parcel. So we feel that should not be an issue.
Anna, are these your comments, Anna?
So that's my comments. I was just looking, there's a lot of, I think the parcel to the east also uses some dirt parking that's gonna be removed with this development.
Yes, I'd be happy to address that. The parcel on the east, the O'Donnell Medical Facility, was approved as a separate development order in 2013, and that was developed as a standalone. Even though it was part of the original development order, it was developed as a standalone with its own separate access, stormwater, and parking. The development order for that is somewhere in here. But the parcel to the east, again, 2013 development order number 100059, dated January 16, 2014, eliminated any cross access. They were approved for their own access to 98. So the O'Donnell Medical Facility is now totally separate from the remaining portion of the development. So there's nothing on our parcel that would be required to support them.
So it's not part of the overall PUD, and we don't have to have cross access and that kind of thing?
It was approved without cross access in the development order of 2014. Because at the time, they also approved a second access to 98. And I can clarify that with you with the response letter. I did attach the development order for the property to the east.
Mac, this is Anna. That was one of our comments, was to maintain one of the existing cross accesses to the east of the project.
Which would connect to the O'Donnell building?
Yes, sir.
Let's take a look at that. I mean, cross-access is one of the significant requirements in the US 98 scenic corridor. It's one of those things that helps us not become Highway 85 and Crestview.
Right. I will take a look at that.
Let's take a hard look at that and see if there is an opportunity there, because that's something the county would have.
I think we can do that. I'll take a look at that.
Obviously encourage.
Right. Okay, I'll take a look at that and see if we can add one cross-access connection.
yeah, if we could, that would be beneficial.
Okay, I agree, yes.
At the traffic circulation in that particular area, given that that's an increasingly popular intersection.
Okay. The question on the stormwater, I agree with all the stormwater comments as far as the additional technical stuff required. It says the stormwater management area is greatly reduced. It is reduced quite a bit because, again, for the eastern parcel, the original stormwater retention area on our parcel was to serve that also, part of that. So when they approved the eastern parcel, they had their own self-contained stormwater management system in the O'Donnell Medical Facility. And by doing that, it reduced the load on the retention area on our parcel. So it was reduced, but we did include all the HydroCAD calculations to show that we'll support what's remaining. And I could give you further information on that if you require.
I'm going to need quite a bit more information, especially what was approved for the parcel to the east, because we don't have an existing site, I guess the survey here in this packet, but the entire front access road basically was retention area before.
Yes.
And there was perforated PVC pipe underneath the entire water management facility that was helping to draw down this facility, and we're more than cutting it in half. And I can't see that with the addition of the amount of impervious area that we're adding, and then we're reducing the size of the existing pond.
Well, the stormwater plan for the eastern portion was approved in 2014 to handle their impervious. So about 25% of it is gone with that. But and we had reduced the stormwater in the front. I think we may have added some to the back. So I can give you whatever information you need to feel comfortable with that, additional calculations, and I can get you the stormwater plan if you'd like for the eastern development too, that showed, that was self-contained and removed some of the stormwater runoff requirements for our parcel.
So the retention area in the back, it's completely within the 15-foot landscape buffer, am I correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's possibly.
And is that does that tie into the parcel to the west? So it's all one big water management system?
Yes, the parcel to the west and our parcel are still part of a stormwater management system.
Okay, so I'm going to need to see all of that. What you provided was simply your site plan with the drainage, and then it ends at the property line.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way for me to review that adequately, especially when we're reducing the size of retention as shown on these plans. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. And then also, if that is a landscape buffer in the rear, as it's labeled 15-foot landscape buffer, I don't know if that was approved previously. If I guess it's allowed to stay there, but our code only allows 40% encroachment. Right. So that's another part of the piece of the puzzle we need to look at as well. So
okay,
I just have a bunch of questions. I guess maybe it was lack of information provided on the whole.
I understand.
Area.
And I can revise a stormwater plan to include our parcel and the one next to it as one entity and show how the changes to our parcel will accommodate our parcel and the O'Donnell facility. So I can revise all that, show that the stormwater will handle our parcel and the parcel to the west. I mean, that makes sense.
That would be helpful. One of the things that we're trying to make sure of, in the interest of transparency, when we're doing these public approvals, is to make sure that the public record speaks for itself.
Sure.
Long after any of us that are knowledgeable about it are long gone, we want the file to be completely explanatory, so the next person that comes in to pick that up can completely understand what changes were made and why we made them.
It's always good to err on having too many details. I agree with that. Yes, sir.
So thank you for that.
Okay, and
can I add just one more thing on?
Sure.
And I don't believe I made a comment, but being that this was constructed in 1999, we may need to maintain those under drain systems. They may not be functioning the same way that they were originally designed and constructed to function. And so that, some notation or maybe some exploration of whether or not they were even installed
Right,
could be helpful.
okay. And I know there's, based on the survey I got, some of the existing ponds have, I guess, silted in, so their elevation's not, that's a good point, yes. Can address that. And that's all I have. I agree with all the other comments.
How soon do you think you can address these and resubmit? So we can have and
I would say realistically, just to be 100% sure, a week from Friday. Possibly sooner, but I don't want to overcommit.
there are a large number of comments on here. Why don't we continue this to the April 7 meeting?
I agree. That makes
To
sense.
give you plenty of time to do a thorough response to the comments.
Yes, sir.
Give us time to review them also.
Okay.
Does that work for you, Tim? Do you have any other questions, David?
No, no, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll entertain a motion to continue this True by Hilton Santa Rosa Beach proposed development to the April 7, 2021 Technical Review Committee meeting at 8:30 a.m. in this location.
So moved.
Have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Donna to continue this item to the April 7, 2021 Technical Review Committee meeting at 8:30 a.m. in this location. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed likewise? Hearing none, this item is continued to April 7. That will move us to item number 12, the Buffalo Springs Resort, a major development being reviewed by Tim Brown. Tim, if you could introduce it for us.
Yes, thank you. This is a major development order application submitted by JP Engineering requesting to develop an RV park and campground, RV and boat storage, 9,600 square feet of park model manufacturing for on-site use, amenities including a pool and associated infrastructure on 184.94 acres with the future land use of general agriculture, rural residential, and industrial and extractive uses, and a zoning of general agriculture, rural village, and heavy industrial. There's outstanding comments from planning, Liberty Fire, Public Works, Traffic, Health Department, Environmental. That's all the comments. I handed out a public comment that we received after the staff report was completed. And with that, I would ask the staff report be entered into the record. I'll answer any questions you may have, and I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Tim. This was a parcel that the BCC approved a change to.
I think it was one of the parcels, yes, because there's three parts.
At least the industrial parcel?
Yeah, there's three parcels, so I think the industrial parcel is the one that we changed.
And do we have any intended use on the industrial parcel as part of this?
That's the on-site manufacturing. What they want to do is manufacture the cabins, because a part of this is going to be cabin rentals. They want to manufacture the cabins and place them on-site, but according to the applicant, there's no off-site manufacturing. There's no other manufacturing that's going to be done other than these on-site cabins.
Okay.
It's going to be RVs, primitive camping, glamping, and cabin rentals. Plus the RV and boat storage as well.
It looks like a portion of this is going to be in the heavy industrial section. that? Maybe we can let the applicant
Yeah,
address
you
that.
could let the applicant, I know obviously the manufacturing is in that area. I'm not positive if anything else is in that area. Portion of it in that area.
Well, my concern is just making sure that we're not doing a PUD overlay here, that the uses are contained to the zoning district. Or the uses, the location of the uses are consistent with the zoning district.
Yeah, I think the applicant would be better prepared to answer that, but looking at these future land use and zoning maps, it looks like there might be some overlap there.
Okay, well, anyone else have any questions for Tim? We'll hear from the applicant.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Jerningham with JP Engineering, agent for the owner of the property. Thank you, Tim, for the introduction. He is correct. They are proposing roughly 171 units of glamping, RV sites, camping, primitive camping. There's some additional uses on the far southeast of the property that are going to be for the manufacturing of the units on site. Part of that, part of the actual camping area or the RV sites is contained within that heavy industrial area. And we had questioned earlier on in the process, you know, does the step down allowable uses still allow for that camping, that use, that recreational use to be allowed in there? And at that point, I believe we were instructed that it was allowed in that heavy industrial area. There is an existing borrow pit on the site in that heavy industrial area. That was I believe that was the use and the intent for that zoning change some time ago. That's not going to be used in this, you know, in this process. Nobody's going to be selling dirt out of it or anything else. So it's not the intent of the property. It was just purchased with that borrow pit already on site.
And you and I had a discussion about the allowability of a RV park in heavy industrial?
I think we had some discussions with staff, and I may have been Tim at the time.
Here's my concern. We're doing a land use change in another part of the county from heavy industrial to something else to allow an RV park.
Okay.
So I'm not sure we can allow RV use in the heavy industrial section without unwinding the land use change.
Okay.
We got to be consistent.
Sure. Yeah, I understand that completely. I thought it was allowed in a commercial use, and a commercial use was allowed in a industrial. I thought there was a step down.
There is a certain amount of nesting of that, but when we get into heavy industrial, we just don't want people in that kind of zone.
Okay.
Other than people that are actually working in a heavy industrial kind of operation.
Okay. I think the clients actually had an original pre-app for a future land use and zoning change. And then once we found out that information, it seemed that was an option, and we abandoned that future land use and zoning change pathway, but we're certainly happy to
We might want to re-energize that effort, and that's something that could certainly run parallel with this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we need to look at that.
Okay, absolutely. Other than that,
But aside from that issue, do you have other questions about comments?
I do have I want to get some clarification on the parking requirements. With this type development, the RV sites themselves are the parking spaces. And the code allows, you know, in North Walton, if you have less than 40 spaces, that you don't have to meet certain of the foundation requirements, foundation plannings. I'm not sure that it was the intent of that section for the parking space, for example, the RV itself, to have, a landscape island on either side of it. So my question is, the additional parking areas that are shown outside of the RV or the camping and those specific parking spaces, if they're less than 40, are we exempt from the foundation plantings, that particular section in the landscaping?
What part of the site are we talking about?
The RV site.
I mean, the RV spaces themselves or some of?
Some of the
serve
internal,
each
the
individual
internal
space?
uses, the bathhouses that are, those are internal also, or would we, be required to have a concrete curb, raised curb around the parking spaces on those, or how would we?
Tim, do you recall that particular part of the code? Yeah, and from what I recall, without looking this up, this has to do with number of parking spaces, that are separated by islands.
Well, it's the internal parking that has to be 10% landscaping. It says if in North Walton, if it's less than 40, and in South Walton, it's 10, I think. If it's more than 10, then it applies. And I don't know that it has to be completely landscape islands, but I mean, that is typically how you meet that requirement is landscape islands to get your 10% of the vehicular use area.
I know we have the shrub border of vehicular use areas in US 98 scenic border, something like that qualify to meet the 10%.
I would think so. I mean, it's not specific in the code how you meet that. I mean, it talks about where you should put islands and what kind of landscaping should be in the islands, but that particular section just identifies that you have to provide 10% of the vehicular use area as landscaping.
Okay. Recognizing that we do have a different standard in North County as opposed to what we would typically do in a more urbanized environment, and this is certainly a rural project. Can you meet the 10% without curbing? Because I don't think that part would be required.
Yeah, we can meet the 10% without the curbing. We just didn't seem like the curbing, the raised curb, really.
The curbing in the islands, I think if the landscaping is more important than that particular.
We can meet that, yes.
And the curbing in the islands would be more, something that would be more of a grading and drainage concern. And if that's not appropriate in this location based on the grading and drainage plan, I think we're looking for the landscaping.
Okay. And we can certainly meet that.
Is that consistent with your understanding, Tim?
Other than that, we have, through the course of the last couple of weeks, continued to work on addressing all the comments. We are still working with the FDEP and the Department of Health as far as the regulation or jurisdiction of who's going to be permitting those septic tanks. Those would have to still be permitted on an individual basis anyway, so our approval from either FDEP or Department of Health is really more of a preliminary approval for location, estimated size. So we're still working through some of those things, but outside of that and getting the clarification on the landscaping, we've addressed internally, at least at our office, the remaining comments. So I feel like we could resubmit this in short order.
How many proposed spaces are going to be in this?
171 if you include glamping, camping, RV, and primitive.
128 RV spaces.
That's right.
Certainly recognizing that, septic system isn't available, sanitary sewer system where public sewer is not available. Or is there any way we could connect to the city of Defuniak's public sewer? We would very much encourage that. Because because we're gonna be putting septic tanks adjacent to a lake that doesn't have any.
I understand. That would be a,
And here's my recommendation. We're gonna hear from some folks that may either be here or certainly commented in writing about proposed development and concerns about the environment. This is a major development that will get a public hearing before Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners. By the time we get to the Board of County Commissioners, well, no, I'd suggest that by the time you get to Planning Commission, we need to have a real good reason why public sewer is not available, well documented, because that's going to be very important as we move forward with these boards. That's been made very clear in previous BCC meetings that if there's some way to avoid putting septic tanks anywhere near a water body in Walton County, they're strongly encouraging that. I mean, our county is experiencing tremendous growth. Our public sewer systems are trying to keep up with that growth. But we got a lot of people that want to live here. And one of the reasons they want to live here is because of the things that we do to try to protect the environment, which is unique to this part of Florida and this part of the Southeast. Being the 8th most biologically diverse county in the eastern United States, we got a lot to protect. And people do have a right to develop property, but at the same time, we need to strike that appropriate balance so that we're providing the opportunity for economic development, but we're also doing our best to protect the environment that we all depend on, both for tourism and to sustain life. So I would strongly encourage you, as the representative of the applicant, to make every effort to figure out how we can do public sewer here as opposed to septic tanks, or be prepared to explain that to the public as we go through the public hearing process.
sure. And I think the closest sewer is about 3 miles away. I don't know that a package plant would still be considered, any more favorable than the septic tanks or not, but.
And typically that would be something that would have to be approved by the franchisee. And I believe this is within the City of Defuniak's franchise area. But they may be willing to assist also. There may be some other way to help move sewer closer to this particular project.
Okay.
But it would strongly, and there may not be an opportunity for that, but if I were you, I would be prepared to demonstrate that I've done everything that I could to bring sewer to this project, recognizing that that's a large cost and it's an external cost for the project. In my former life, I had to run sewer to a lot of apartment complexes that didn't, and there wasn't any sewer available, so we had to pay for it. There's an opportunity to strike a deal with the jurisdiction providing the sewer, to have an arrangement where you front the cost, and then as other people connect, you get some kind of repayment over time for that initial investment. Local governments are empowered in Florida to do that kind of thing. And I'm pretty sure the City of Defuniak would be interested in that kind of arrangement.
Okay.
Or at least discussing that. But my strong recommendation is to exhaust every effort to either obtain public sewer or demonstrate that it's just not financially feasible.
Thank you for that.
Did you have any other questions related to any of the comments?
I don't think so. All of them are fairly straightforward and addressable, so I didn't have any further questions.
We may have folks that are wishing to speak on this particular item, so we'll give you a chance to address that once we have the public participation portion. Thanks, sir. This is a major development that'll get public hearings before the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners at some point in its schedule. Is there anyone in our audience this morning or on Zoom that wishes to make a comment about this particular proposed development? If you would, raise your hand either on Zoom or in the audience. Yes, sir. If you would come forward to the podium and state your name and spell your last name for the record, please, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Appreciate you listening to me this morning. I'm Dr. Ed Holley, Holley, and this property that we're talking about has been in our, before this final sale, recent sale, has been in my family's possession for about 80 years. And my father and I head up and try to protect this. We're concerned about this lake. It's a little, about a 30-acre buffalo lake. And we have always tried to protect that and keep it pristine. And we feel that it is that way right now, but we can have a lot of concerns about this. And I own the adjacent property, I joined this property on the west side. I live in my home on the waterfront on the west boundary of this lake. And my daughter, Crystal, owns a little waterfront next to me. So it's my daughter and myself own all the property on the west boundary of this property, out to the center of this lake. And also on the north boundary, I own about a half a mile, all of the north boundary of this property. So we have, we've lived there for all my life, and my father and mother ahead of me. And now my daughter lives on the property, and my son also lives on my property. And I feel like this lake is one of the last few maybe pristine little natural lakes in this county. It's spring fed, and it does drain underneath Highway 331 into Lake Holly, and most all the time. In extreme drought conditions, it does not. But we have several concerns. One is that it's going to devalue our waterfront property around the rest of the lake. There's nobody really going to be jumping up and down trying to buy a piece of property with a RV park across the lake. And we also feel another concern is that we know that the people in these campgrounds are going to want to get out and roam and trespass on all the adjacent property. So that's going to be a problem. We respect the privacy that we've used to having, and it's going to be a problem with people, I'm sure, wanting to cross over onto our property, especially with no fence. But our major concern is with the health of the lake. I've toted many gallons of water out of that lake for our home, father's home, which was across the highway from the lake, but on the property, and used for home use before we ever had electricity there. So that can attest to the health that we felt like the water was. Always been, and we all know that most of these places open to the public, you end up seeing these beautiful water lakes and springs and so forth, littered with cans and trash of all sorts, which we can't stand the thought of that happening to this buffalo, which is our prime jewel. And we're extremely concerned about the septic, as was just talked about some, because development of this size is going to require a lot of that. And I don't feel like there's any way to keep some of it from reaching the lake. So that's it's too small to support this kind of, the lake is to support this kind of development, we feel like. So we have a lot of concerns about the environment. Also, there's some endangered species involved in this thing. We got a lot of pitcher plants, or did have, around the edge of this lake, but the property in question has already been cleared, and so there's probably not any there now, except I have them growing in front of my house and protect them. And there's a few left around the edges maybe, but there used to be there where it's already been cleared. We also have a lot of gopher tortoise on the property. And the bald eagle that uses the lake, they nest on my property, which is joining this property, and it sits in the trees around the lake all the time fishing or in front of my house. So we just have a lot of concerns about it and oppose it, really. But if this thing does proceed and is allowed to go on, we have some restrictions that we would like to put on it. And we'll go with that. One of them is that they would have to build a people-proof fences on the borders where they border our property, where we wouldn't have to be so concerned about trespassing. Another is to possibly limit the use of any outboard motor use on the lake to nothing but electric, at least. And any construction that's done on the property and any use of the lake to keep this health of the water of the lake in mind.
Yes.
So we appreciate your letting us talk this morning, and hope that you'll consider this in your decision. So we thank you very much.
Sir, we acknowledge receiving your
You have
written comments,
yeah.
which listed the things that you just mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
They've been entered into the record. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to make a comment about this proposed development? Yes, sir. You could come to the podium and state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Patrick O'Neill, O-N-E-I-L-L. I'm at the RV park just across the street from where they wanted to do this development. We asked the mayor, Defuniak, if he would bring sewer to us. He said he had no plans in the next 20 years to come up in that direction. But there's another project that I believe is in your process right now with the 202 acres on Little Holly Lake across the street that recently sold for a housing development. And maybe get together with the housing development and see about bringing sewer up that way. I certainly would consider if they brought it close enough to us to get off the septic and on that as well. Regarding the comments about some of the standards that are not defined in Walton County for what to do with RV parks for your curbing, your landscaping, are you familiar with the NFPA 1194?
Not off the top of my head, no.
A proactive, our association National Association did a proactive set of standards, national standards for RV parks. You can purchase that at nfpa.org, about $30, I think, but NFPA 1194 covers all the standards for RV parks for the sizes of landscaping, curbing, drainage, handicap, playgrounds, all that's available to you.
Thank you, sir. We'll certainly reach out and take a look at these national guidelines. If there's something that we could incorporate into our local code that would help improve our process, we're certainly very interested in doing that. At present, based on the application before us, we have to use the code that we have at the point of application. So, and we'll certainly consider any recommendations beyond that, but that is the law that we have to apply to this particular application. Anyone else in the audience or on Zoom wish to make a comment about this proposed application? Seeing none, we will close that portion of the meeting. given that we have a number of questions, my recommendation is that we continue this for 30 days to give time to investigate the possibility of providing public sewer to this particular area, in addition to the other questions and our concerns about the future land use and zoning map classifications. And then we'll see where we are on April 7th with all of these items. We'll entertain a motion at the dais to continue this item to the April 7 Technical Review Committee meeting. Can we have that motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to continue this item while we investigate these other issues that we've discussed this morning to the April 7 Technical Review Committee meeting at 8:30 a.m. in this location. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed likewise? Hearing none, this item is continued to April 7th. Thanks to everyone that spoke on this item this morning. This will move us to item number 13, the Calvert Landing Paddle Trail. This is a minor development review by Renee Bradley. Renee, if you could briefly introduce it for us.
Yes, sir. This is a minor development order application submitted by Walton County Board of County Commissioners. They're requesting to develop a county-maintained park with a 2,300 square foot restroom facility and 2 overnight screen shelters on 10.2 acres. It has future land use of parks and recreation, and the zoning is the same. Property is located approximately 4.1 miles east of the intersection State Highway 81 and State Highway 20, down to Boat Ramp Road to Big Cedar Road, and the property is on the east side, also identified by the parcel ID in your packet. I would like to enter the staff report into the record, sir.
Go enter.
I'd also like to enter into the record director's determination, sir, by you in reference to the shoreline access as part of this project.
So enter.
There is some outstanding comments from planning, flood, environmental, and engineering. I believe, well, actually, engineering did sign off on this because this is being reviewed by Public Works. Speaking with the submittal, Scott Caraway, my understanding on planning comments is that they missed a sheet on the original submittal that actually had the site data table and that information, so that would be forthcoming on the resubmittal. And we have managed to clarify most of the environmental comments as part of the director's determination. Here.
The planning comment number 2 related to the height methodology.
Yes, sir, that's just for them to give us the actual detail on the
Okay.
site plan, so we can see it. Now, there is a, as far as the elevation for the floodplain goes, they are gonna have to come up a foot with that. I did see that
Right.
comment, so that would also help them to know where they're determining their height from, so where their base floor elevation is going to be.
But these are proposed to be single-story.
Yes, sir, absolutely. It's not, nothing that's pending. It's just clarification on what they turned in.
Okay. I don't see anything in here that it's all clarification or confirmation that we already have this information that we.
Yes, sir. Though we haven't had the resubmittal yet, we just need some clarification on site data table so we can put the impervious surface ratio, floor area ratio, and all that on our development order.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Renee? This is a minor development. And since Scott is not here, we'll take the opportunity to open a public hearing and invite any public comment or question regarding this proposed minor development. The Calvert Landing Paddle Trail. Anyone in the audience? Yes, ma'am. If you would come to the podium and state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Hey, I'm Anita Donaldson, Donalson, and I own the property property next to this,
Yes, ma'am.
what they're planning to do with the park. And my concerns are, the park next to me. My husband and I bought this property because of the solitude and the quietness and just being able to enjoy this area. And I feel like it's going to be right. I mean, you can walk out our door and it's right there beside us. And the 2 overnight shelters they're talking about, what are those going to be? Are those going to be open like 24 hours? Is the park going to be open like 24 hours?
Mac, this is Anna. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Melinda and Scott Caraway are available via Zoom for questions and answers.
Okay, if you will give us your list of questions, we'll get somebody to respond.
Sure, I just, it said something about develop a, 2 overnight shelters. And also, I just wondered what those 2 shelters were going to be and if they were if this park was gonna be open like all night, because there's gonna be a lot of trespassing on our property since we're right next door. And there's gonna be a lot of traffic and there's gonna be, of course, a lot of trash and just our quality of life's gonna be greatly affected because of this park next to us. I mean, I'm not really objecting the park, it's just that it's gonna be right at my door. And I just need to know, is there anything y'all can do to help us out since we're right next door?
We will certainly ask Scott and Melinda to respond to concerns. Was this public property when you purchased your lot?
Was.
So
I mean,
you-
well, I purchased it from a private individual.
Been a public park for a long time.
No, I mean, well, not beside me, it hasn't. It's been vacant. The property beside us are vacant.
The
It's vacant.
public has owned it for a long time.
Oh, okay.
It may not have been fully developed yet, but I think the county's owned this for a while.
Okay.
This is part of a much larger project related to recreational opportunities on the river. I think we got some BP funding this from one of the many funds related to that. Did you have any other questions before we ask them to specifically respond to your concerns?
Is the Parks and Recreation, the zoning district says it's going to be changed to a Parks and Recreation. Is that going to affect the ones that live down the Big Cedar Road?
No, ma'am. It
Quite
only
a few
affects this
people.
this particular parcel, and I think that may already be done. It's already Parks and Recreation.
There's just going to be a lot of people turning around in my yard, I'm sure, right there, because that road is private. That part of that road is, I think, is private, that Big Cedar Road. I think part of that road belongs to the other people that live there in that area.
I'm not sure right offhand just how much of that roadway is maintained by Walton County.
Right, and that, yeah, I don't know either.
It may be all of it.
I don't know.
I'm not sure, but let's let either Scott or Anna answer your questions, and if you have some more questions after they're done, we'll give you another opportunity.
Okay. Do I need to sit?
You can sit down at that front table while they
Okay.
speak if you like, rather than having to stand up. Scott, or let's see, Melinda. Melinda's hand's up, so if we can recognize Melinda to respond to these questions.
Hey, good morning, Mac. It's
Or
Scott
Scott.
and Melinda, and we're facilitating this project on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners. The lady who just spoke, our property line does not actually border right to her property line. There's like a 60-foot gap there. So from where her property line is, there's going to be about a 60-foot border to where this project's going to be, 60-foot buffer to where our project's going to start. The overnight shelters, they are designed for paddle trailers and kayakers to stay overnight. So yes, the park will be open 24 hours. That section of Big Cedar Road to our project is actually county maintained. There is a point past our project limit that it does become privately maintained, but the area where this project is located, that portion of Big Cedar is county maintained. And we have an ingress and egress where vehicles can come in and out on our property, so they shouldn't be overflowing onto anybody's private property. We've reviewed all the county, or the plan department comments. We've got a response, and I thought I uploaded that last week, but I will double check to make sure everything got uploaded properly on the portal, but we've addressed all the comments by staff.
Thank you, Scott. Did you have additional questions for our environmental staff?
Yes, so is there going to be a fence? Is there going to be like a privacy fence?
Right now, we don't have a privacy fence proposed. We're planning on leaving that area as natural as natural as possible. Like I mentioned, there's and I'll be glad to meet down there with you one day and kind of go over the project. But there's actually going to be about a 60-foot buffer of natural vegetation between your property and where this project's going to be occurring.
Okay. Yes, I would like to meet with him.
Yes, if you could, excuse me, I'm sure my auto warranty's expired.
True.
Yeah.
Or I need Medicare Advantage. One or
Yeah.
the other. If you would give us your phone number, we'll
Okay.
get that to Scott so he can reach out and schedule an opportunity to meet with you to walk the site and.
Do I give it to you now, or do I give it to them?
If you could give it to
Okay.
Rachel right here at this
Okay.
first table,
Okay.
she will get it to Scott, and we'll get Scott to get in touch with you and make an appointment with you. Yes, ma'am. While they're doing that, is there anyone else who wishes to make a comment or ask a question about this particular proposed development? Anyone in the audience or anyone on Zoom? Seeing none, we'll close that portion of the meeting. Renee, do you have a recommended motion?
Yes, sir. I would recommend that we move this forward to development order on satisfaction of all outstanding comments.
Okay, we have a recommended motion. We have a motion at the dais.
I don't know if Jerry wants.
We've got someone else that wishes to speak. We'll take an opportunity to let this gentleman speak. Jerry, can you hear us? Jerry, can you hear us? You can unmute your phone on your end. Jerry, can you hear us? We can't hear you, Jerry. We'll give you just another moment here. We can't hear you for some reason. Could he be dialing in through the phone? You'll have to unmute yourself on your end, Jerry. We're waiting to listen to you. if you can hear us. I'm not sure what technical difficulties we're having, Jerry, but we can't hear you. Can you hear us yet, Jerry? How about now? I'm not sure what our technical difficulty is, but we're unable to hear you, Jerry. We'll just have to move on. We have a recommended motion.
Before we make a motion, I'll just recuse myself from this since Dewberry was the engineer of record.
Okay, so noted. Do we have a recommended motion? Anna, Donna, or Charlene?
Recommend.
All right, I'm sorry, we have a recommended motion. Do we have a motion at the dais? We'll take that as a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Anna. All in favor of moving this project forward to development order subject to satisfaction of any outstanding comments, please say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed likewise? Hearing none, this item is approved to move forward subject to satisfaction of any outstanding comments. And Scott will make arrangements to meet with this lady on site to review any of her concerns. Thank you, ma'am, for your comments. This moves us to item number 14, the Windswept Estates Phase 6. This is a major development reviewed by Renee Bradley. And Renee, if you can introduce it for us.
Yes, sir. This is a major development application submitted by JP Engineering on behalf of North Florida Properties, LLC. They're requesting to develop and construct the 79-lot single-family subdivision of 62.33 acres. And this is Phase 6 of Windswept. The current future land use and zoning is general ag and estate residential. You'll see that. We're actually going through a land use change at this time with this project because it's already went through the Board of County Commissioners for transmittal, and we'll come back in April for adoption. So we're depending on that to complete this project. I'd like to enter the staff report into the record, and the engineer is here, sir, to go over the project with you. There is some outstanding comments from engineering, minor comments from environmental. Planning staff has some comments. Most of our comments are dependent on the wellhead that we're just trying to make sure we get protection of that. And this project is going to be on septic tanks. So if you have any questions of me, sir, if not, I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Renee.
Hello again, Tracy Jerningham with JP Engineering. We are the engineers for this project. This has been a moving target. We are, as Renee said, currently going through our large-scale amendment process. We have been coordinating with the existing HOA for Windswept. Initially, when we submitted the project, we had a connection to J.W. Hollington. And at the after some discussion with Public Works and Chance, Public Works was not in favor of an additional county connection to J.W. Hollington. So we have revised our plans to connect to the internal roadway network for windswept on Tournament Lane. Phase 5 had 2 existing stub outs intended for that purpose. So we've revised our plans now to connect to that. The wellhead, the code, if I can recall it correctly, says that no development or redevelopment without the utility provider approval. Early on in our discussion with the city, they seem to be agreeable to that, but upon further discussion and further review, they've changed their position. So we have also revised our lot layout so that we do stay outside of that 200-foot zone of exclusion. For the buildable areas, the lots are just going to be large lots. We just didn't want to have, unused space there that, for common area, the like. So the lots are large, but large enough to support a home site outside of that wellhead protection zone. In so doing, there was one comment that I think from a homeowner that was concerned about a through road where the original Phase 6 master plan showed a cul-de-sac that is in fact going back to a closer layout to what the original Phase 6, way back when it was approved in the master plan, resembles. So I think she'd probably be happy to know that as well. We show an amenity area on it, but the amenity is not part of this development. It'll come back for an additional development order application for that specific purpose. We know Public Works hasn't had a chance to review adequately the revised plans yet, so if you have any other questions that I could answer. I know the wellhead was a big deal. This is on septic tanks also. There's just not sewer services that far outside of Freeport.
No, we have health department comments related to that, or a similar group of lots related to the wellhead protection. Their comment number 2 about 46, 47, 48, 31, and 32, and then 69, 70, and 78.
Yes, I believe our revisions have addressed the proximity of those septic tanks and those home sites around the well site, which was one group of those lots. The others were adjacent to retention ponds. If they hold water more than 72 hours, all the requirements are for us to recover that treatment volume within 72 hours anyway. So those are dry retention ponds, and we can maintain the required distance away from those retention ponds for septic locations on those lots.
Did that also, your changes address the environmental comments related to 6 lots in the secondary wetland protection zone?
Yes. We have taken the secondary wetland protection zone out of the lots and put it into common area. There is the flood zone was shown. It skirts the wetland area on that southern portion, and it's not the intent of the developer to build anything within that flood zone, that unnumbered A zone.
Okay, so we won't have to do the base flood as the flood study related to the A zone since we're not building in that.
That's correct, and we do feel that where that's depicted, looking at the information from the survey. There's a 5-foot drop in contours in there, so we do feel there's some inaccuracies in that flood zone line, but it's not going to develop anything in that flood zone.
Okay. Any other TRC members have questions related to this proposed development? I know we have folks that would like to speak here in just a moment.
I don't have any questions.
We'll give you an opportunity to respond to any comments or questions.
Good morning, Melissa Ward with Dunlap and Shipman. The law firm represents the Association of Windswept Estates. Initially, this was presented to be sort of a separate subdivision within that original master plan. They have come back and met with the community about being a part of that association. So the concerns there, so just to be clear, some of the concerns are, of course, the association will then have to be responsible for the stormwater maintenance and so on and so forth, which they will join that association, but it's not an entity onto its own. So related to that, the site plan that's in the packet is not the latest site plan, I will assume, because he is addressing some comments, which I haven't seen it, so. Okay. Sorry, didn't mean to address him. Specifically, he mentioned there's an amenity area that is not a part of this development order. That amenity area appears to be right on J.W. Hollington Road, and I'm not sure if it's going to stay there, so we'll want to look at the new site plan to see where that's going to be. We mentioned, because he's met with the community, and we're not in any way objecting to the development of the 79 or 80 units that they're doing, because they knew it was coming, and we are on board with that. For the record, we have asked them to enter into a developer agreement and have us, and I believe that is going through the process for Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners here in the next month or so. I'm assuming that's the case. Because that plays a part on the developer agreement, would limit the ability for anybody to do any kind of commercial development there. That doesn't include amenities. We're talking about separate, unrelated commercial uses for that property. And in conjunction with that, where he's talking about around this well site where they had to move these lots, it changes the roadway where I believe, and I could be wrong, that roadway will no longer go around the edges of that well site, but it'll come in off of our existing road and then cul-de-sac sort of just at the end, just at the tip of that well site, if that makes sense. And what that means is that the neighbor to the north that he's talking about was asking about that entranceway. We understand that that's his access point, will be his access point. And then, of course, as I understand it, because they're changing it from off of J.D. Hollington or J.W. Hollington Road, they'll be coming in off of the subdivision. I assume it'll be far enough back that you don't have any lots that are fronting off of their interior street. It'll have an entranceway for the gate. So I guess most of the comments that we're talking about here are going to be about where's the amenities actually going to be. Are they going to be on that J.W. Hollington area? If it's a future development order, will there be notice for that, for the association to be able to take place in commenting if necessary? We are anticipating some supplemental association documents where they get into agreement with the neighbors, because there will be covenants and restrictions required for this subdivision, as well as because we're hoping for that developer agreement to hammer down that they can only do like 2-story homes in there that's compatible with the neighborhood. And so we just want to put those on the record. And I know this is going to Planning Commission, I assume in the next 30 days. And so, and just to make sure that if the site plan, if this isn't the right site plan, that's, that the right one is in there, because this is not, I don't think this is the one that they're planning to pursue as they move forward.
I think that's correct. We'll give the developer an opportunity to respond to your questions.
This is just for the record. I don't think that there's any, they're fully aware of what we're asking for, and it'll be a county commission kind of thing. So we're good with it. We just want to put it on the record.
And the developer's agreement you reference is the one that's companion to the land use change?
Yes.
Or
Yeah. Yeah. And any supplemental easements that may be necessary, they're working those out within the attorneys for both of the entities, for the association and for the developer. Danny Smith will be working those out. I don't know that there are any.
Okay. I expect that based on, the county's policy, that'll be a minor development when it comes back.
The less than minor? The minor for the pool,
For whatever the amenity area is. And there would be the appropriate signage, but it wouldn't be a mailed public notice within 300 feet.
Okay. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that. There was some discussion, and maybe he can clear that up about so the way that it's located, where they talked about having it, there are people that are going to be over 200 feet away. How are they going to get to it if the road is only coming from the north-south to the site? So there's, that may be something that's on a site plan we haven't seen yet, or I haven't seen yet. So, but we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Would you like to respond to any of those comments, or
And I can be brief. The revised site plan that we are ready to resubmit shows the amenity location on the northeast side near the well site. So it does limit the access. That road will come down in cul-de-sac. The road no longer wraps around the wellhead site, both coming from both directions. There will be a cul-de-sac. We are going to provide pedestrian access around those lots through the well site and where the amenity parcel is going to be, just so that not vehicular access, but pedestrian access within the neighborhood, so they can get to that. And when we ever get to the point of designing the amenity, there'll be sufficient parking for for that if people do want to drive there. But we're not providing roadway or vehicular access, just pedestrian access. The other agreements that the owner, the developer, has agreed to within that developer agreement is, limiting the number of stories, limiting the number of developable units to 80, no more than 80. And I think it's been a mutual agreement on both sides for those things. So that developer agreement is still in process also.
Just one question that came up when you're speaking about the amenity area. Will it only be for this phase of windswept?
I do not.
These 80 lots?
I do not believe
70?
so. I believe it is intended to be an additional amenity for the overall windswept development. So it would not be exclusive to these 80 lots. That's my understanding.
And I'm sure you're gonna do this, so I'm probably saying this to hear myself say it. I would recommend you reach out to the HOA so that they're knowledgeable about any schedule for any other development application.
Absolutely.
Even though there may not be a county requirement to provide written notice, I think that's just a good neighbor.
It is, and they've been great to work with.
They're gonna know about it before we do anyway, so we thank you for that.
Sure, we want to be good neighbors also.
Anyone else wishing to make a comment or ask a question about this proposed application? It will get a public hearing at the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners once we get to that point. Seeing none, do we have a recommended motion, Renee?
But I would like to clarify for Ms. Ward that the developers agreement is going to the March Planning Commission. That has been advertised. Yes, sir, I would recommend that we move this forward to Planning Commission based on completion of all outstanding comments. I do have a question, sir, for you about the buffer of the wellhead. Is that something that we would want to see in a common area, or are we going to be able to allow any type of construction in that 200-foot buffer? Because this is a comprehensive plan issue. It's not a land development code issue.
We would certainly show it on the plat. I'm not sure that we've required this to be in a separate parcel in the past. I'm thinking about the donut hole.
And I'm just thinking about the on-lot buffer. And that is the intent, is it?
Yeah, I think he mentioned they were proposing to include that portion of the zone within the lots.
Yes.
But restrict the buildable area outside of those.
And also the sidewalk, that was my concern. The reason I'm asking now, before they get too far with their redesign, that we know whether we can put a sidewalk within that buffer.
Yeah, and let's resolve those as part of the resolution of any outstanding comment. I think the zone can be within the lot, providing we're clearly delineating that on the plat, so that the homeowner or prospective purchaser has adequate notice of what the encumbrance is and notice that they can't construct anything within that area.
With that said, sir, we'll move this forward based on all outstanding comments being met.
Thank you, Renee. We got a recommended motion at the dais to move this forward to the Planning Commission, subject to satisfaction of any outstanding comment.
So moved.
We have a motion from Donna. Do we have a second?
Second.
And we have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed likewise? Hearing none, this item is approved to move forward to the planning commission, subject to satisfaction of any outstanding comments before that. And this moves us to item number 15, which is the Bluewater Landing, also known as Draper Lake. This is a major development reviewed by Stephen Schoen, and Stephen, if you will introduce it for us.
Yes, good morning. This is a major development order application submitted by Interlight Engineering Corporation on behalf of D.R. Horton Incorporated, requesting to construct 31 single-family homes, a pool amenity, and associated infrastructure on 35.19 plus or minus acres, with a future land use of mixed use and a zoning district of small neighborhood. The property can be identified by the parcel number in your staff report, which I would like to enter into the record if I could, please.
So entered. Thank you, sir.
If I could also please submit into the record the attached or separated engineering and public works comments that you have in front of you.
So entered. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to correct a couple items in the staff report. The GIS comments were received prior to publication of the report. The comments indicate a non-compliance, and they're requesting street names. Additionally, the staff did receive a couple of public comments last night. I've indicated to both of the stakeholders that presented those comments to staff that they were not in time for submittal as part of this project application through TRC, but they would be attached to future reviews and public hearing. But I did want to indicate that one of them had concerns about the commercial uses being proposed in the future, and one was just an opposition to the development based mainly from what staff could tell on environmental concerns. Additionally, just a few things. This project, as you know, has been kicked around for about a year now, give or take. It no longer requires the PUD or planned unit development aspect of the small neighborhood zoning. It is being proposed at a much lower density than that requires. I think it's 4 or above would require the PUD approval. It no longer satisfies that and is not proposed as a planned unit development, and there are no deviations being requested at this time. Additionally, there is a proposed conservation easement through a great portion of the property being proposed to place in conservation and dedicated to the county, is the great majority, if not all, of the wetlands, as well as a certain percentage of the delicate or pine, scrub habitat on the site as well. The staff report does indicate a number of outstanding comments from planning, environmental, public engineering, engineering and public works. Staff has not received South Walton Fire Department comments at this time. And if you don't have any questions for me, I will turn it over to Mr. Smith, who is the applicant agent.
Stephen. We can hear from David.
Thank you, Stephen, and good morning. I'm David Smith with Interlight Engineering, and I'm representing D.R. Horton. And I'd like to begin, I think it's important to just briefly discuss how we got here. I think, as Stephen mentioned, we originally made application over a year ago, and it was on February the 5th, 2020. And that development plan was for 186 triplex units and a little over a half an acre of commercial. And that was a planned unit development, as Stephen presented. Then we redesigned the layout, and we made a resubmittal on June the 2nd, 2020 for 138 triplex units, still about a half acre of commercial. We then had a community meeting on June the 17th of 2020 where we had a large participation, and we did want to obviously meet the community and go over some of the concerns. There were a lot of comments that were presented at the prior to the TRC meetings that occurred throughout that time. We then redesigned the project again to be 70 single-family residential homes with still about half an acre of commercial, and that was submitted on October the 9th, 2020. So it's important to note throughout that time, there's numerous technical review committee meetings that we were on. We've also had multiple Zoom meetings with the adjacent neighborhoods and the leadership of those neighborhoods. And the reason I think it's important is we have really tried to work with the neighborhood and the community here. And I understand it's a very important piece of property for Walton County. I know you've made that clear, Mac, in the TRC meeting. It's a very important piece of property for us, and it's a very important piece of property for the neighborhood. So we have been totally transparent throughout this process. We've worked with the neighborhoods, and you know, we really listened to their comments. So what is before you today, again, as Stephen presented, is a conventional major development order application. This is not a planned unit development. So we are proposing no deviations and no variances. I know that was something that was very important to the community. And we're also proposing no scrub buyout. So this meets all aspects of the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan with no deviations. And the development plan before you today is 71 single-family lots, and it's 1.77 acres of future commercial.
31.
31.
Did I misspeak?
71.
I'm sorry. 31. Let me be clear. That's 31.
Clarify that part.
I got a lot of numbers going on here, but it's 31 single-family lots and 1.77 acres of commercial. Thank you for correcting me. It's important to note that that's a 155-unit reduction from the original application, which is an 83% reduction in residential density on this property. Now, the commercial is 3 times the size, and that's in order to meet the 5% requirement for the zoning classification for the commercial to be calculated on the entire property. And that is a future commercial development. I know there's some comments and some concerns we'll hear shortly from several of the speakers, but we have no intent to develop the commercial at this time. We've been very open about that in our Zoom meetings with the neighborhoods and the adjacent owners. And that is something that will be developed in the future by a third-party developer, so it will be conveyed, and then it will have to come back before this committee and the county for a development order approval at that time. So there will be every opportunity for the neighborhood and the adjacent owners to certainly participate in that. It's just we do not know what we're doing for that commercial development at this time. So the other thing that's important, I'm going to point to the plan here. Our goal plan was to cluster the 31 single-family homes and 1.77 acres of commercial away from the lake as much as possible, just to preserve the environmentally sensitive areas and portions of this property to the greatest extent. So the development is located as far east as possible along County Road 30A. And one entry connection that lines up across to Highland Park. And you come in, travels down to the south of the cul-de-sac where the 31 single-family homes are located on either side of that roadway. Recreation area that's down at the end of the small road parking area. That's 0.36 acres. As I mentioned, the future commercial park access in the future will be. So I would respectfully request, I know there'll be several speakers, if I could speak at the end and maybe answer any questions. I know, again, I just want to reiterate, we've been transparent. We've worked greatly with the neighborhood. We've listened to the neighborhood, and we've done everything to try to, appease the neighborhood to the greatest extent we can. And I want to point out one more thing, too, that's very important, is, as Stephen also one of the things in our meetings with the neighborhood was access to Draper Lake. And I know in one of our iterations, we had proposed a fence that I know the county didn't want to impede wildlife through the wildlife corridor to the lake, which we understand. So the fence was removed. But one thing we wanted to propose was a conservation easement, and that conservation easement will run uplands as well. So it's not just wetlands. So it'll run along the western side of the development area. And that conservation easement, our proposal is to dedicate it to Walton County during the plating process and for it to be a condition of this development order approval so that the county can then have the opportunity to regulate that area and prevent access to the lake, because it's something that was important to the adjacent neighborhoods and owners, and it's something we committed to do. So just wanted to point that out, that we're fully committed to provide that conservation easement. So with that being said, I'd respectfully request if I could speak at the end after any other speakers speak, and then I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
I do have one question. The line, the dotted line there you've gotten for the northernmost extent of the conservation easement, what's the significance of that location?
We picked a location that at our best is to pick an approximate median area. On Zoom can see it. I can turn it for you to see, Ms. Moreno. Okay, if I press it.
Yeah, that'd be helpful, thank you.
I'll, yeah, I'm pointing back to you.
That's okay.
Here's the development portion located to the east. Conservation east would be in the.
Well, my question was, what was the significance of the location of the northernmost extent of the conservation easement? Was that an environmentally based determination, or was that a developer-based determination?
It was our determination, and it's well further east of any wetland area or secondary wetland buffer, and our goal was just to ensure that there's plenty of conservation easement that the county can certainly restrict access to the lake. So we located the line, and again, we were very conservative. We did not run it along just the wetland area,
Okay.
So it includes a large portion of the upland area as well.
Right, that was my question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I know we may have a number of people that'd like to speak on this particular item, but if we could take about a 5-minute break, that would be very beneficial to some of us. Thank you. We'll be right back at, let's say, 10:35.
I understand. Last week, because he said he got with like 2 Fridays ago, and thought that he had submitted, and I said, oh, I mean, I can do that. And I resent it to you, so, but you responded, and I saw your response, but I just assumed, but I can check, it's not big. I was gonna say, because your comments on the day after. It came on the 22nd. Yeah. I don't know where that.
this is rezoning. It
I
went
know,
from future land use change and rezoning to straight rezoning.
Yeah, that's right, It went straight to the zoning. If you don't have that, let me know.
I know I saw it, but I could have swore I opened and copied it.
It was last week when I did it, I was doing a bunch of them. Yeah. They need to be able to recline.
My feet are cold. I'm just trying to get some blood moving.
How you doing?
Doing good. How about you?
Good.
Long day.
That's right.
It's a long day.
That's right.
Can you roll and let me see who's on the rest of the time?
She'll have to do it. I don't have any control.
Okay.
She'll be right back in just a minute.
Thought we had summer coming.
Well, I did too. I'm sure ready for it. I'm sure ready for it.
Yeah.
David? Good. Even elbow. I'm too afraid. Like the neighborhood, like Forest Lake. Well, specifically. We don't want.
Spinach in your water? Oh. That's lunch. Right? That's lunch. It's lunch. That's what that is? Lunch? That's your lunch?
Oh, no, this is mine.
Oh. What else is it? Like protein and stuff?
Greetings.
goes through the buffer. Sidewalk he's proposing, it's gonna be access and drainage easement, so he's sidewalk through that buffer, right up adjacent to the wellhead. That was my concern, that's why I was putting it on record, because I don't know that we can allow any construction in that buffer zone.
That's it, that's what I.
The other thing is whether they can clear the trees out of that buffer zone. Yards maintained back there. Every one of those lots. There's room to put a septic tank and get out of it, but my concern is what can we allow in the buffer?
That's what I was, yeah, and I'm gonna.
I didn't think we could cut the trees down the buffer. Gotta have some kind of maintenance. I think they can maintain yards cut and maintenance. We could put that in the covenants, but he said it's out the view. He said they're gonna want to see the view. He agrees with me that they're gonna want to cut them trees down. That, because, I'm going on vacation in a week and I want to try to get as much review done on it. I still got to go back. I don't think that provision for the city development code, but I didn't see it in the comp plan. I read it and I put it, it's in my staff report, the whole blurb from the comp plan, but I don't remember seeing that. That's why it was bothering me that he was telling me that, and I'm like, I don't remember seeing that in the comp plan. Comp plan is what's creating this buffer that I'm mostly concerned with.
Preservation. I know that was hard. How hard that is. I really didn't, and I appreciate it. I'm gonna say so.
We could come back to order here. We could come back to order, please.
It was fun.
And as we're coming back to order here, I was remiss in an announcement this morning. I want to recognize the newest member of our planning team, our new land use attorney, Mr. Steve Hall. We look forward to your counsel, sir. I think we left off right before entertaining public comment on the Bluewater Landing proposed development. We'll certainly allow the applicant an opportunity to respond to any comments or questions once we've given folks an opportunity to speak. If you'd raise your hand in the room or raise your hand on Zoom, we will certainly try to get to everyone and give everyone an opportunity to speak this morning. Melissa, I think you may have had your hand up first.
Thank you. Good morning again. Melissa Ward with Dunlap and Shipman. Dunlap and Shipman represents a couple of different associations that are in this community where this development will be taking place. Let me first say that, I'm just going to pull this down. Let me first say that the community as a whole, I feel, and I say this because we've had several community meetings with Mr. Smith and his team, and they have come a long way from what was originally a very, very intense development on a very sensitive piece of land. And so I think that I want to say that I am not here to oppose their present development application. We are here to ask and will probably continue to remind at Planning Commission and the BCC for a few things that would be put on the record and in the record as we move forward. In particular, we are extremely appreciative of the conservation easement, the reduction in density, and all the things that they've done to work with the community. We would like to put in the record that we want to see an assurance that at the time, if this is approved by the Board of County Commissioners, that the final order includes the information clearly stated that this 5% that is required as a part of this overall mixed-use development is delineated as that, so that it doesn't get changed in the future accidentally or without knowledge or whatever, that it's in the final order that that 5% is dedicated to neighborhood-serving commercial uses. And that is important because in the future, if somebody buys that property and tries to change the land use and tries to up the density or up the intensity, it directly conflicts with that approval of that mixed-use category, that mixed-use development, but it also affects that neighborhood, and then they become then it becomes a more aggravated situation. We would also like to try to get on the record that we would like to ensure through documentation and in the public record that this not become an outdoor venue of any kind. We don't want a wedding venue. While it's a beautiful piece of property, and I frankly could totally see people wanting to have that vista behind them, but no, because then you have music till 2 a.m. and party goers carrying on. And we've already had that incident in the neighborhood very close to Draper Lake and Forest Lakes, and that can't be repeated. It's intense, it's too intense, and it keeps everybody up. And it may be beautiful music, but it goes beautifully across the lake, and it wakes up everybody. So we want to just get those two items really established. We want to see conditions that this does not include. And we understand that they're not developing it, that's not in their business model, but we want it in the final order. So that's just our comments for it. And again, kudos and appreciation to Mr. Smith and his team for working with the community so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Yes.
Melissa, have you had conversations specifically with David on those two conditions?
Well, technically like 3 minutes ago. So, but we've had the same conversations for the last year, for the record.
It's not a cross-exam question, it's more of a practical question. The idea is, can the two of you work out language that could be included in the package going forward to the Planning Commission?
As Melissa stated, she made me aware of these about 3 minutes ago. I have not had a chance to discuss this with D.R. Horton or my clients. So.
I understand. Could that be a comment coming out of the TRC meeting and at least both of you commit in good faith to put something in writing rather than leaving it to the staff to craft something?
We would be delighted to work with Mr. Smith in any way possible, but just as a reminder, and I'm sure that this is stuff that's already in the code. It actually is just a request to put it in writings because the final orders are now recorded in the public record. So if a buyer comes along who says they're going to put out a wedding venue or something, they find out they can't before they ever buy the property. And I understand how that can be a negative impact on some things, but it's what's in the code today.
Just trying to pin it down. If you'd like, if the two of you would like to pin it down specifically, that'd be great.
I can talk to him after the meeting, no problem.
And just to further comment on that, I think we've had some preliminary discussions. Because the commercial component is a required component of the approval of the development order, if we're not proposing to develop this immediately, I think it's appropriate that we have some parameters included in the development order that clarify what can be proposed there. If we're not proposing a specific development on that site at this time. Given the history of code enforcement in this particular section of 30A, and speaking from a personal involvement standpoint, I'd like to anticipate whatever code enforcement complaints we might have related to future development on this particular site as part of this development order. recognizing that may limit, some future opportunity on a sale of this particular property. That's exactly what I'm talking about. We're approving a development order for a set of uses on this parcel. And if we're not proposing to build that second set of uses, we need to clearly define what we're approving. That is, while we're approving the residential part of this mixed-use development.
Mr. Chairman, are you suggesting to treat it as a phase, a future phase?
I think that's probably what we're going to need to do, but what I'd like to do is nail down what can be there, recognizing that there's going to be a palette of uses that are available in the Land Development Code today. That may change tomorrow. Well, not exactly tomorrow, but that may change going forward. I mean, certainly within the purview of the Board of County Commissioners. It might be in the interest of the applicant to make sure that whatever uses that they would propose as compatible uses be clarified and maybe generally approved as part of this development order.
Mac, if I followed Ms. Ward, and just for my clarification, so it would basically be a commercial use that's allowed as part of the 5% requirement of small neighborhood, is that correct?
That's typically what we would look at, but we're also going to look at the compatibility of those uses because that's a fairly wide range. And I'm going to speak very directly. We've had an issue with wedding venues being located on 30A without maybe adequately addressing the compatibility with the adjacent neighborhood or the uses in the adjacent neighborhood. I would hate to be the planning director sitting before somebody that spent some large amount of money on this undeveloped commercial parcel, expecting that they're going to be able to do something that they spent maybe millions of dollars to obtain a venue for, and having the planning department tell them that, no, that's not going to be compatible with that location. I'd rather have that fight right now.
Is a wedding venue a neighborhood commercial use?
Whatever fits in neighborhood commercial, and I think certainly a banquet hall, restaurant, yeah, that can be in a neighborhood commercial use. I mean, just like a restaurant can. It's just the extent of that and the amount of outdoor activity. I mean, you can have a wedding venue inside a building and no one ever know about it.
Right.
Depending on how the building's constructed and the proximity of adjacent uses. It could be a perfectly allowable use. But if we put that outside, then it becomes something completely different. Still might be a neighborhood commercial use, but the extent of that use might not be as compatible as if it were indoors. So.
Well, we have no intent. So I mean,
So you see
I'm just
my
trying to
problem.
understand. Yeah.
And I'd like to solve my problem and the public's problem while we approve this development. To give the developer certainty as to what they can offer a prospective purchaser on that commercial site, or the neighborhood commercial site, so that they're not chasing, possible buyers that might not be appropriate for the, or might propose uses that might not be appropriate for this part of the neighborhood. So there's sort of this is sort of a dual benefit, a benefit to the developer knowing exactly what I can sell to someone if they're not proposing to develop themselves, and to give the neighborhood some comfort that we know what is being proposed on that site with this development order.
So, Mr. Chairman, for direction, compatibility focused general list of authorized neighborhood commercial serving uses on the commercial out parcel.
I think that's what we're looking for, yes, sir.
Should David present a list to staff and then let us work forward from that?
That sounds like a good suggestion. Would that be something you could do for us, David?
What I would do is take the list of allowable uses from Chapter 2 in the code under neighborhood commercial and that's my starting point. And, but I do need to discuss this, obviously, before I commit to anything. But we're going to work. We've come too far.
Yeah, and I
It's been
know
a year
that,
and 1 month.
I mean, certainly the comments that have been made, speaking to the cooperation that both the developer and you specifically have offered the community, thank you. And this parcel is going to get developed by somebody for something at some time. There's been a lot of work to come up with a proposed development that certainly meets the needs of the prospective property owner and addresses the concerns of the neighborhood, and we thank you for that, because I don't know if they can pay you enough money for the work that you have done out in front of this project. So from the county's perspective, thank you.
Thank you.
I know we've got a number of other folks that'd like to speak, but that's generally the idea, that we need to define, what could possibly go on this site, since we don't have a specific proposal right now. We'll continue to talk about that as we listen to additional folks that would like to speak. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? I know we have at least one hand up on Zoom here. Mr. Harrison, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. My name's John Harrison. I live in the retreat. It's next to Draper Lake. I represent the Retreat HOA, also represent Save38.org. Over the last 12 months, we, along with 16 other communities along 30A and the South Walton Community Council, have attended all the public meetings, and we've had numerous calls with D.R. Horton, primarily Zoom calls. Now, I'd like to say that D.R. Horton, throughout this whole process, has made themselves available. And they've been very courteous, and they've listened to the community's concerns. We don't always agree with them, but, they have listened to it. With the input of the community, as David Smith indicated, D.R. Horton's plans have gone from 186 triplex units plus commercial to the current application of 31 single-family homes plus commercial. Plus, and very importantly, conservation easement of all the wetlands. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
How far did I get?
About 30 seconds ago.
Okay. Well, as I said, my name is John Harrison. I live on Draper Lake in the Retreat. Also represent the Retreat HOA and A30A.org. We've been working along with many other communities along 30A and South Walton Community Council on this project with D.R. Horton. We've had numerous Zoom calls. I'd like to say that D.R. Horton's made themselves available through this whole process. Although we've strongly opposed their initial development plans, they've been courteous and they've listened to our concerns. As David Smith indicated, with the input of the community, D.R. Horton's plans have gone from 186 triplex units plus commercial to the current application of 31 single-family homes plus commercial, and very importantly, a conservation easement on all of the wetlands and a good portion of the upland. And I can't stress enough that this conservation easement is a very, very big deal to the community and was really a key part of the negotiation with D.R. Horton. This is a pristine, ecologically very sensitive tract on a rare coastal dune lake. Ideally, there would be no development on this site. But, we realize that property owners have right to develop their land in a responsible way, as long as it's in a responsible way and meets the land development code. Their application includes a conservation easement as a condition of their permit And I believe the planning department has a site plan depicting the boundaries of this conservation easement. We request that this boundary depicting the conservation easement be made part of public record and be made part of this application. Mac, to answer your question, I believe David Smith drew that line with the input of the community, and we were following one of the contour lines that made sense for all of us. So that did have community input on that. Subject to a strong conservation easement, we really don't oppose this application. It's going to be developed, and I think this is being developed in a responsible way. But the conservation easement needs to be as it was represented to the community, in that it needs to be perpetual. It needs to preserve the wetlands and uplands in its current pristine, undisturbed state without any structures and other improvements. Also needs to protect our native wildlife. Let me kind of go over that again because it's really important. It needs to be perpetual and needs to preserve the wetlands and uplands in its current pristine, undisturbed state. It's very important. Also, we recommend that the conservation easement be held by a third-party, nonprofit land trust, which specializes in documenting, monitoring, and enforcing conservation easements. We don't feel the county should be burdened with administering the easement and monitoring its compliance. Plus, the county just simply doesn't have the staff to do this. Third-party land trust can make sure the easement is properly documented and monitored. The county can retain or share in the enforcement rights, but would not have to be the primary enforcer or bear the expense. We've spoken with a few very qualified nonprofit land trusts on this issue, and they'd be willing to help. It's not very expensive. Several qualified trusts to choose from, and the community would be happy to work with D.R. Horton on this issue. The devil's in the detail on this conservation easement. We want to make sure it's properly documented and enforced, and using a third-party land trust to help do this. In closing, conservation easement key issue with community, and should be a strict requirement for any approval. We can all ensure that this very pristine and beautiful area remains that way forever. Happy to answer any questions on the conservation easement.
Thank you, John. Anyone have any questions for John? Thank you for your comments. I see the next hand up is Mr. Koffler. Can you hear us? Mr. Koffler, can you hear us? We still can't hear you yet. Can you hear us? Okay, we can see you now. We can't hear you yet. I was still waiting to be able to hear you. Can you click Join Audio in the bottom left of your screen? Yeah, we're still unable to hear you, Matthew. See, I don't see any other hands up in our room. Do we have any other hands up on Zoom here while we're giving him one more chance here? Okay, maybe he can resolve his technical difficulties before we're through with our public comment. Bob Anders, can you hear us? Bob, you're up if you can hear us.
Hello, this is Bob Anders.
Okay, Bob, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, a couple questions. First, is 31 single-family homes the extent of the development?
No, sir. That's the extent of the residential portion.
I'm sorry, Mac.
That's the extent of the residential portion. There is a neighborhood commercial portion that is not yet clearly defined.
So that's the 1.77 acres, right?
I think that's correct.
I'm a landowner in Draper Lake, and we are very, very much concerned about the water runoff, especially the water that comes off of our roof. I'm curious to know what D.R. Horton will do for these 31 homes as far as protecting Draper Lake from water runoff. Will these homes be equipped with exfiltration systems to capture that water?
I think it's a question about stormwater. Will this be exfiltration? How will you protect the lake?
The building pads and the lots will be directed to the stormwater management facilities, that's an exfiltration system under the roadways.
Mr. Andrews, did that answer your question?
I don't quite understand how that works. David, can you give us some more detail on how that system works?
And I'm going to walk to the podium so he can see me. Yeah, the lot pads will grade to the stormwater management facility in the roadway. So any roof drains that discharge into the yard or water that falls off the roof into the yard will be routed and flow towards the roadway facilities, where it will then enter the inlets in the road and be directed to, there's a large exfiltration system that's proposed in the road to treat and attenuate the stormwater management. So the roof runoff flows to the lot or to the yard and then flows to the road into the stormwater management facilities.
Thank you.
There's no way that water can end up then in Draper Lake?
No, sir.
Okay. Appreciate that, David. Thanks.
Thank you.
Let's see, next up, we have 30A Media with their hand up. If you'll introduce yourself and spell your last name for the record, please.
Yeah, how are you today, Mac? This is Paul Bizard, 33 Flounder Street. We're an adjacent neighborhood. And I had two comments and certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak. And also would agree with the previous Mr. Harrison on how far this project seems to have come. The two concerns that I had was, one was with the traffic still, with that entrance being opposite the other entrance, if you will, to Highland. And I sent over sort of a really rough mock-up Photoshop of a situation where the entrance would be sort of flipped and put to much closer to the retreat entrance. Therefore, There's already a break in the road there, bike path-wise and road-wise, to the south there. So instead of making a brand new entrance, you're just basically making an extended one that already exists at the retreat on a much straighter piece of the roadway. A lot more visibility, and obviously since those roadways exist already, then therefore there's also a crosswalk there as well. So that would be a lot safer if it's on a straight piece of road there. So I don't know if that messes up the actual drawing that's existing at as we see today, but I would really urge some detail be given to that. And the other thing was back to Melissa's point with her with the HOAs is that the short-term rentals would make quite a much bigger impact in this area here. So perhaps there could be something added to the charter for the HOAs for them to be long-term rentals only as a property versus short-term rentals. And I know that's been done in some other areas in 30A. So that might be something for consideration. And that's the 2 points that I had today, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks, sir. Next up is Susan Estes. Susan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. This is Susan Estes. I live at the retreat. I'm a board member along with John Harrison for the retreat. My only comment is to add to John's detail about the conservation easement, that there be no structures whatsoever allowed on the conservation easement in the way of boardwalks or piers or anything. I'd just like to put that into that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Shelley Myers. Shelley, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to also mention the entrance and exit, but opposite of Mr. Bizarre's request, we request that we push this entrance as far west as possible, because we are coming around a curve. And if you pull out of this development and try to look west, if you pull out of the development and you look west, you're coming around a huge curve, and all of the vegetation that they are saying that they're going to keep along the roadway 30A for being, it's scenic now, is going to have to be chopped for visibility. So we can say all we want to about environmental controls and all of this, but the second safety is in play, all of that vegetation comes down. So if they move the entrance as far west as possible around that curve so that the sight line, when you look west, isn't interrupted, then we are hoping they will keep that vegetation intact along the 30A roadway. And yes, there's a crosswalk where the retreat entrance is, but that cannot handle much more traffic right there, in my opinion. And I don't believe that the retreat will be very excited about sharing an entrance with this development as well. So finding one further west would be ideal. I don't know. That's my opinion and my request, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's see, do we have any more hands up on Zoom? Doesn't look like it. Do we have anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? We do have someone on Zoom? Yes. Diane Wright, you're up. Can you hear us?
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. My name is Diane Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T. I'm a full-time homeowner and resident on Snapper Street. So my backyard immediately abuts the Retreat Drive. So I just wanted to address a few things that I don't think have adequately been addressed at this point. And I agree with what Shelley was saying in that I don't think the Retreat Drive can handle any more traffic. The Retreat Drive, the crosswalk there, nobody even stops at it. I have two little kids. I have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, and we are on this bike path every single day. And you can stand at that crosswalk till you're blue in the face, and nobody's going to stop for you. So one of my big concerns is, first and foremost, traffic and speeding. I don't think this area has had that properly addressed. We've had some fatalities. You can stand on this bike path and you can just see dump trucks, you can see cars just fly by you, and it has not been appropriately addressed. And so to compound that problem, adding 31 short-term rentals is just going to be a mess in our little small neighborhood. And so I do not think that has been appropriately addressed, and I would like to see more discussion about that. And also, as Shelley was pointing out, that access, I think, is terribly unsafe. If you're on that bike path and cars are crossing it, you have, children, you have bicycles, you have dogs, you have electric bikes, and you have no visibility. There's a missing site visibility triangle in that area that has not been put on the plans, and I think that needs to be addressed. And at the same time, you do want to preserve all that vegetation, the salt palmetto, the sand pine, the sand live oak, the woody goldenrod, the lupine. This is our native habitat. And, 30A has just been declared a national scenic byway, and I think that's important to point out, and what our neighborhood looks like, and what do we want it to look like. And to pull all that vegetation down to put in sight lines is probably not the best way to go, rather than maybe moving that access, further along where you have better visibility, might be something that would be more appropriate to look at. I do also want to put on my professional wetland scientist hat and say I do strongly oppose the development from a wetland and ecological standpoint. I know that it's come a long way from where it was to what it is now, but 31 houses and 155 parking spaces and 2 acres of unknown commercial development on a globally rare and critically imperiled habitat is a terrible idea. I mean, it's my professional opinion that these 31 houses can go elsewhere, and that this land in perpetuity can be put into a conservation easement, perhaps by our community. And I know that's not debatable at this point, but I just did want to say that for the record. Draper Lake is one of only 15 coastal dune lakes in this 2-mile coastline. And, you talk about stormwater not going into the lake, but, once you put in that impervious surface and, you change that groundwater, and that's going to change our coastal dune lake. And once it changes, it's never going to come back. So I think the direct impacts to wetlands have not been significantly addressed. I think what's shown on the plans, the impervious surface of the parking, the recreational area, and then the commercial development is all so close to the dune lake. And then there's no fencing. People are going to be traversing that to put their paddleboards into the lake. I do not think the indirect impacts to wetlands from those areas have been significantly addressed, and I would like to see some more work done in that regard. That's all I have. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. You indicated in your professional opinion, are you providing expert testimony, or are you representing yourself as a professional?
Yeah, I am. I'm a professional wetland scientist of over 20 years, and I'm currently, just a local citizen. I'm not representing anybody, but as a wetland scientist, you can look at the functions and values of these resources, and it has not been adequately addressed, in my opinion.
Have you provided written comments in response to this application?
I have not at this time. I have for the previous proposal, and not for this new reiteration. I would be happy to do so.
If for some reason you don't believe what is being proposed is in compliance with the Land Development Code, we'd be happy to receive those comments. Unfortunately, we can't take expert testimony over Zoom, so your comments today are considered public comments. if you'd like to submit something in writing, that is available to you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that note.
Let's see, did we have one more hand up on Zoom? Anyone else? Is their hand back up there? Can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, sir. State your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Sure, my name is Sam DeWeese. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
That's DEWEESE Delta Echo Whiskey Echo Echo Sierra Whiskey. And I live on Snapper Street with my wife and our 5-month-old daughter. And I just have one point that I'd like to really drive home. And that is concerning the traffic and the danger of this bend around Draper Lake of 30A, and how much of a liability it is with the there's cars coming through regularly going 50 miles an hour with golf carts and children and strollers, including myself and my wife. And every single day I walk down the bike path, and you're almost blown off the road by a F-250 Super Daddy truck with mud tires going literally double the speed limit. And this is an emotional point for me. As I said, I've recently become a father. Obviously, your perspective changes on things when that happens, and it is, unfortunately, not to get morbid, but somebody is going to die on this road right here, where it's like Monaco Grand Prix, where the road from Draper Lake Bridge past the proposed development area through Blue Mountain Beach all the way to the stop sign. Somebody is going to die again. My dear friend Chuck Benford, God rest his soul, was 28 years old, about 6'2", 200 pounds, and he was hit so hard at the top of the hill across from McTy's and the health food store that he died. And it's just going to take one vehicle, one of these trucks that Diane mentioned earlier, barreling through here. And if they ran into a golf cart, well, I rode by the other day, there was one sitting on the side, and there's bodies spewed out everywhere. And so I know this, I'm not trying to get off base, because this does directly tie into the proposed development. If you've got 31 homes and how many ever parking spots there are, it's just going to make this worse. And without anything short of a stop sign on 30A and Triggerfish, and anything short of a stop sign on Old Blue Mountain Road and 30A, as well as multiple crosswalks, is just not going to stop this. I don't know if it's going to take somebody. I would literally, if I had an extra $2.5 million cash, my wife and I and my daughter, we wouldn't be this close to this road here on Blue Mountain Beach. We'd move to Old Blue Mountain Beach. Yeah, I love this place. I don't ever want to move anywhere. I wouldn't rather live in another zip code anywhere in the world. But it is, somebody's going to die again. And before anything happens, I'm afraid before anything happens about it. And adding that much traffic to a place that already doesn't have the infrastructure, doesn't have the the beach accesses, it's just bad. It's dangerous, and it's obviously an emotional issue for me, but it's something that it's plain to see. They bring in the speed trailers, the radars. That works while they're there, and they could sit in the sheriff's department. They could sit there and hand out tickets to every single speeder all summer long. And when they leave, 10 minutes later, they're going to be speeding right back through here. But it is all day long that cars go through here, and it's just going to take one person texting and moving over onto that bike path. And I'm scared walking down. I'm not a overprotective person by any stretch, but I feel like I have to stay extra vigilant, and I'm taking a risk, walking my daughter down this bike path through these two curves on Blue Mountain Beach that are graded like Talladega Super Speedway, and that's how cars drive through there. And without the proper infrastructure and without the proper speed deterrent, physical speed deterrent, it's a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. People evidently think that's a joke, and the flashing light, that was great, but people blow by that, and something physically is going to have to slow this traffic, from crosswalks with lights to overhead flashing lights to stop signs, just like Seaside. Seaside doesn't, they designed that place because they didn't want anybody dying. And it's, as far as I know, it has been hugely effective. Cars go through there at 5 miles an hour, and there's a crosswalk every 20 yards. And I'm not asking for that, but that is the type of thing that the only thing that's going to work in terms of slowing this traffic down. So in closing, I don't want to see anything go in, because we're already past the point of extreme danger, but definitely nothing go in until we get something that physically stops this traffic from going at these ridiculous speeds down through Blue Mountain Beach. And I want to thank everybody for listening to my comments, and that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Koffler. We certainly share your concern about safety, certainly with regard to children walking on pedestrian ways in South Walton. If you're not familiar with the mobility plan that's being developed for Walton County, and in particularly the components for South Walton and 30A, I would recommend that you go to our county website, to the planning department page, and review the proposed mobility plan and the kinds of improvements that are proposed for County Road 30A, and in particular the portion through Blue Mountain Beach. The county absolutely is concerned about safety of people and moving more people and less cars. 30A is a constrained roadway. It's not going to get any larger, but we are going to add some multimodal improvements there and some other improvements that will be traffic calming kinds of improvements that will address your concerns. Now, this is a long-term plan, and it depends on funding, but the county is listening to these concerns, and the county is doing something about it. In fact, the Board of County Commissioners have approved quite a large amount of money as part of the study and the development of this particular plan, and we're moving forward with grant applications at every opportunity, and creating this plan creates a great foundation for getting state and federal funding for making these kinds of improvements that I think we're all in agreement that would be appropriate for our county. With regard to earlier comments, the site triangle has been provided by the applicant regarding the entrance. Don't think it's going to impact any of the vegetation that we are all absolutely concerned about along our new National Scenic Byway. And Mr. Koffler's hand is still up. Did you wish to make another comment, Mr. Koffler? Oh, okay. Yeah, his hand's up. Mr. Koffler, did you have another comment?
Can you hear me, Mr. Carpenter?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, terrific. Sorry about the false start before. I was having some technology issues on my end. So my name is Matthew Koffler. I am on the HOA board in Old Florida Beach. To echo some of the comments before, we have come a long way in this process over the last year. David Smith and D.R. Horton have worked very hard to address our particular concerns as a neighborhood affected by this development. I think our bottom line is we are supportive of their plan as it stands, provided all staff recommendations are met. There are three components that I would like to take a moment to emphasize. I think first and foremost, I kind of go back to your comments earlier, Mr. Carpenter, about striking the necessary balance between economic development and protecting the environment. We believe unequivocally that the conservation easement that John Harrison had outlined before and the parameters of that easement will help ensure that that balance that you mentioned earlier is satisfied appropriately. Secondly, as it relates to the commercial parcel, our primary concern is noise, whether that be from a wedding venue or any other venue that could possibly be there that where music, for example, could live music could be happening. That has a tremendous effect on the surrounding areas, especially during the evening, but at any time of day. So we fully support having parameters as it relates to the commercial component not being able to be developed in such a way that noise emanating from it would be a problem for the surrounding neighborhood. Thirdly, we'd like to just make sure that the appropriate stormwater plan is put into place. And we would just also note, one thing that has changed, since we began this process a year ago, just recently, and I'm sure everyone's aware of it, 30A received National Scenic Byway status. And that's a heck of a recognition, but we think it also raises the bar in terms of what is acceptable from a developmental perspective. And we would just like to see that with this development, as sensitive as it is and as far as we've come, that there's no better time than now for this development to be held to these higher standards of expectation along the three dimensions that I outlined to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, sir. Do we have any other hands up on Zoom? Seeing none, we have one more hand up in our room here. If you'd like to come to the podium.
Well, good morning, Mac and planning and people in the audience and my friends on Zoom. My name is Barbara Morano, and I'm representing South Walton Community Council, so welcome, Steve. I'm glad you're on board. South Walton has been with this project for a year. I want to thank all my neighbors, all the 16 associations that have been working with us. I definitely want to extend a thank you to Stephen Schoen, who's been the planner, and Mac, who've been very patient with our questions. But a shout out to David Smith and the Horton Group, because they have worked. They went from a perfect storm to hopefully we'll have a perfect holiday when this all ends. And yes, it's been a lot of give and take, and we like where we are. But, and that's the big but, we want to see a number of things taken care of, but one of the biggest things we like is the conservation easement, and I think that's been brought up by the retreat. The idea that it will go to the county, but the idea of a third party, nonprofit with land use, I think that needs to be explored in part of this package. To my neighbors who have called about traffic, we hear you, Mr. Carpenter, address that. These are sheriff issues that we have to get on with the county and get that controlled, and there is a mobility plan. And the visibility triangle, I believe, was brought up in the engineering. I don't know if that was put in the plan just yet, was it?
Yes, he has it in there, and the way that Interlight addresses it is in a note that specifies the dimensions of the site triangle that's required by the county.
Okay, so I know that that's important for some of those mothers on that trail. The other point they brought up was stormwater, and I guess my questions would be for David. He did mention to Mr. Anders some things, but I think there was a comment of 50% additional treatment required for the system discharging into the outside Florida waters. Would that be engineering? Would you address that? Andrea Ward, is she putting something into this? Does she have a comment on the stormwater? I noticed it was not applicable.
I don't believe so, no, but that's just a requirement. It's one part of the code for additional treatment volume
50%.
storage.
Okay.
Yeah, within the exfiltration system.
All right.
Because of the proximity
to the Dune Lake. Right.
Correct.
And I guess this is the question for the developer. Is there going to be a commitment to the association to maintain all this stormwater? David?
The association will be legally responsible for that.
Okay.
And the county will ensure that that occurs through code enforcement.
Okay, because as we all know, we're all very conscious of the Dune Lake. On the landscape plan, I noticed there was not any landscape plan in this package. Will you be monitoring that before it hits the Planning Commission?
Stephen, can you address that? I think that was one of the staff comments that's outstanding.
And I'm just going to share that. I had a chance to look at Chapter 5, and because we're on a dune lake, it said 75% of the plants must be native. Palm trees, 25%. I mean, I went down to Prominence. They have quite a number of palm trees. I just want to be sure on the front end that the applicant knows that it's only 25%. And then they have exceptions, et cetera. So looking at the native plants would be imperative on this particular property as we move forward on landscaping. And of course, they mentioned 30A as the national byway, highway, so anything fronting 30A, we really want some specifics on that.
Yes, ma'am. Comment number 3 on mine was to provide a landscape plan.
Right. So will Stephen be monitoring that?
Yes.
Then? Okay. Thank you. I have full trust in Stephen. Thank you. I want to talk about the commercial property. And Mac, South Walton Community Council definitely supports your statement of what you said about noise. I want to read something for the developer. And this is an ordinance. It's 2014-16. And the Board of Commissioners of Walton County finds and declares that excessive noise has existed for some time, and the amount and intensity is increasing. I mean, this is right in an ordinance. And they have stated that excessive noise is detrimental to health, safety, welfare, quality of life of the people of the county. And even in the staff review, it said additional detail about potential uses of this site must be provided. So this is a big dot deal. It's a big dot for the county. It's a big dot for the neighborhood. It's a big dot for the surrounding areas. And that's why we seek an agreement, which has been suggested, and we support that from South Walton, to have the commercial component planned for this development under small neighborhood zoning be restricted to businesses that refrain from excessive noise. Excessive noise may come from outdoor music from restaurants, wedding venues, festival outdoor events, hub-type activities, noise-generating businesses. And these activities are not keeping with the residential nature of the community, which has been agreed upon, I believe, and are detrimental to the quality of life of citizens and the wildlife living near Draper. I sincerely hope Horton and David Smith that we complete this third part of this discussion or this developmental order going forward. I don't believe it's going to hurt the sale of the property. I think it's going to be very transparent when you sell it about what is expected, that there's no surprises down the road. And I think when we establish these uses with the 31 homes, with the conservation component, I think we have a perfect holiday, not a perfect storm. So thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Anyone else wish to make a comment or ask a question about this particular application? Seeing no more hands up in the room, no more hands on Zoom. David, if you would like to offer some comments.
Yes, again, I'm David Smith with Interlight Engineering, and thank you for allowing me to speak again. I'll touch on a couple of the concerns and comments that were raised, and I want to begin by saying I don't think everyone agrees with everything, but everyone agrees with a lot of things. I mean, we've come a long way, and I think Ms. Moreno will agree with that. So, I mean, all in all, I mean, we have come a long way. So we've worked hard with the adjacent communities. We're proud of that. And I want to thank you for your nice words to me, because we want this to be a successful development, a nice development, and it is a beautiful, environmentally pristine piece of property as well. But a couple of the comments, I know there were several conflicting comments on the location of the entrance. We have worked hard throughout our multiple iterations of site planning. We have had the entrance in multiple locations, and I know we've worked with Public Works and Engineering, and in my opinion, the safest place to line up with an entrance that's across the road, which is why we line up to the entrance of Highland Park. There's not an entrance further to the north you can line up with. The next entrance is off the property, so in our opinion, to have it in the curve and line up with the Highland Park entrance is the safest place. And I will also agree with the comment that Ms. Moreno made too, is I know it sounds like there's speeding, and I know that's going to be an enforcement issue, but it's a valid point. But from our perspective, connecting across the road is the safest location. We will meet our site visibility so that people do have the opportunity to see and look both ways before they do exit out onto County Road 38, as well as restricting where you have to stop behind the bike path, because you don't want someone just to freely drive over the bike path where people, I know there were comments made about pushing strollers and young parents, and certainly want to stop the vehicle before the bike path and then enter out and then proceed out into County Road 38. So safety is very important to us too. We do not want to create an unsafe situation and create the opportunity for some type of accident happening. So safety is very important to us as well. As far as Ms. Ward's comment, we agree. I will definitely speak to Melissa, and I do understand your comments as well, Mac, regarding the possible uses for the commercial. I know we do commit, in Ms. Ward's comment, that this will be a neighborhood commercial use in the future on the commercial, and we do obviously understand we have to do that. This is part of the small neighborhood requirement, and we fully intend to do that. So I'll work with Ms. Ward and also Ms. Moreno regarding moving forward and trying to narrow down some of those uses. Stormwater management, as I mentioned, we do have an exfiltration system that's proposed under the roadway, and we do meet the additional 50% requirement for the outstanding Florida water, so that we do meet that requirement that's required in Chapter 5 of the Land Development Code. The conservation easement, I want to point out that conservation easement is a result of multiple meetings and concerns to restrict access to the lake. And that is our good faith effort. We are not required to do the conservation easement by the Land Development Code or the Comprehensive Plan. That's something we want to do in good faith as a result of our meetings, and we committed to do it. And I am not sure about the process, and I've said this before, of a third-party land trust. I have not done that before. I mean, we commit, and our goal would be to dedicate to Walton County as the mechanism for the entity that can then monitor and maintain. I understand that process of how to do it, and we would certainly commit to doing that. But we want the conservation easement as far as, and dedicate it to Walton County as we committed to do. So I would like to still proceed under that that process of dedicating it to Walton County, just because simply I don't understand the process of a third party or a land trust or a not-for-profit and what that entails. So that's a general summary of the comments that were raised, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you all may have of me.
Any TRC member have a question or comment for David? Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And I was serious about, they may not have enough money to pay you for the work you've done on this project. Because, I mean, from the county, we certainly appreciate the heavy lifting you've done. The 16 associations and others in the neighborhood that have been involved in this project. Thank you. I think we're at the point of a recommended motion.
Staff would recommend, based on the number of outstanding comments, the nature of some of those comments, the fact that we haven't heard from South Walton Fire Department, that this application be continued to a date certain.
I would tend to concur with that, given the sensitive nature of this particular site and all the hard work that's gone into getting us to this point. I know the applicant is certainly interested in moving through the process to the next step. Do we think if we continued this, here's my suggestion. The next step in the review process, once it leaves technical review, is the Planning Commission. And that next opportunity for the Planning Commission would be April, what would that be? What would be your recommendation for continuing? April 7?
Well, if the applicant believes that they could satisfy the majority, at least of the more important comments, then yeah. I know that environmental has a request to include some additional information. So some of these things I think may take or be time sensitive. But if the applicant thinks they can make it, that's fine with me. If they think they can make it prior to that, that's fine with me as well. I would leave it up to the applicant to let us know.
Let's hear from the applicant. David?
We can address the comments because there are comments as Stephen mentioned, but none of the comments are major comments. I mean, we needed to go through and address them, though. They're important comments, but there's nothing major that we can't address. But we were discussing the possibility of the April 7th TRC meeting. And then I do not want to be perceived as rushing anything. And you guys, I said that, I think, a year and a month ago. So, no, or whenever the first TRC meeting was. So I don't know if it's possible to be on that Planning Commission agenda in April, with us coming back to the April 7th TRC meeting.
What if we did this? And I certainly share your recognition of the concern about not moving this important development on this very sensitive site too fast in the process. I mean, we're certainly sensitive to time is money, but I think this is an important decision for the board and for our community. why don't we continue to April 7 and make sure that we've gotten all of these concerns addressed? And with the idea that we tentatively go to May 13 Planning Commission, and possibly the May 28 Board of County Commissioner QJ meeting. I think we could, if we have all of these concerns resolved, here at technical review, that gives us a month to get through those, and then if we've addressed all of those, we go to Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission makes a favorable recommendation. I see it could be on the May 28th or May 27th BCCQJ, just for a tentative schedule.
We agree with that, and then.
But we got to get through these other steps first.
Right.
But just to try to lay out a schedule just for both the applicant and for the community's knowledge. But I think April 7th is a reasonable date. That will give plenty of time for all of these issues to move towards resolution, and give staff time to review any resubmittal on that.
We agree with that.
Thank you, sir. Okay with that, Stephen? Then we will entertain a motion to continue this development application to April 7, Technical Review Committee meeting at 8:30 a.m. in this location.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed likewise? Hearing none, this application is continued to the April 7, 2021 Technical Review Committee meeting at 8:30 a.m. in this location. Thank you all very much. And this moves us to the next item on the agenda here, item number 16, Nautilus Pointe Inlet Beach. This major development's been reviewed by Stephen Schoen. And Stephen, if you'll introduce it for us.
Yes, good morning, or afternoon, I suppose. This is a major development order application submitted by SCR and Associates on behalf of VQ Development, requesting to construct a 32-lot subdivision on 4.11 plus or minus acres with the future land use of residential in the zoning district of neighborhood infill. The property can be identified by the parcel ID in your staff report, which I would ask be entered into the record, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. There are a number of outstanding comments. Actually, I would also request that the separate engineering and public works comments be entered into the record with the staff report, please.
Leonard.
Thank you. There are some not insignificant planning comments remaining, as well as some other departmental comments. We have not received South Walton Fire Department comments relating to this project either. Some of the important points as far as planning comments are concerned, we do require, based on the zoning and the Inlet Beach plan, some additional compatibility analysis, excuse me, as well as some potential design clarification on what's being proposed there. Staff does have some concerns, and though it's not a code requirement per se, there is potential for some site visibility, the public safety, as well as just some aesthetic issues with the layout of some of the corner lots in there. Recently, staff has been tasked with looking at some language addressing corner side street setbacks, and this seems like a good opportunity to kind of work through that issue as we see that issue plainly here. But if you don't have any further questions with me, I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Yeah, and just so the public knows what we're looking at here, if you look at those center lots there, 26, 27, 28, and the front setback and their orientation related to the side setback of these four corner lots there, I think that's what Stephen's.
Yes, sir.
And just the appearance of structures constructed in those locations from an aesthetic standpoint. I would suggest that would probably affect the pricing product. But that's certainly a concern. There's some visibility issues there. But let's see if we can work through that.
Yeah, staff would just like to add that if the development is not made to relieve some of those issues, that perhaps within the covenants and restrictions, there would be some limiting on fence height or materials, just to ensure that there's no safety issues for folks backing out of those driveways.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you.
Do we have any other committee questions for Stephen? Then let's hear from the applicant.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Stephen, thank you. Just wanted to...
Could you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Scott Rutherford. I represent SCR. We're representing the developer here. Last name is Rutherford, Rutherford. We have been in close contact with Stephen about some of these concerns and some of also the engineering and public works comments. And we do also understand and realize the issues with maybe those corner lots there, 19, 22, 29, and 32. The proposal that we have come up with is to just restrict those interior lots through covenants and restrictions to not allow fencing. That would, and we've already actually addressed a lot of these concerns. We've got some revised plans here. We just hadn't got them back into the planning department yet. And so if we restrict the fencing there, then I believe that would alleviate the issue of people backing out of those interior lots. We've actually already revised our plans to show some visibility triangles for those lots. And that's our understanding and belief that that will alleviate that problem. Some of the other comments were also related to compatibility. And we also understand that, just a quick overview, Mr. Nguyen is working with Martell Homes. He actually is an owner of one of the lots on the Ivy and has wanted to, in effect, make this a sister community to that, the Ivy. And so it will be the same architectural style. And so with the intention of making sure that this is compatible and also with the density of the adjacent properties, we took some of the concerns that we heard at the Inlet Beach community meeting and have already revised our plans to show additional buffering and as much of it on that eastern line as possible, leaving it natural, so that it doesn't conflict with the densities of those properties as well. And the gentleman that lives right there just south of the lift station, he brought up some concerns with that as well, which we're going to, again, we have that 10-foot natural buffer there now, or landscape buffer showing on our plans. Additionally to the decorative wood privacy fence that will run that length of that whole side. So that gives that barrier between him and that side. So it's our belief that not only can we address these concerns, we pretty much already have. I've got the list of comments in front of me, which we've already updated the landscape plans. What we've actually done is got them to do a site plan, a landscaping site plan, showing the planting for some of the lots. And that will be submitted with the revised landscape plans. We believe that we can resubmit these plans and address all the comments probably by Wednesday of next week, because we already have been working toward that. Dewberry brought up some good comments concerning some off-site drainage, and we did recognize that as well. That is a concern. This site is really kind of a bowl, as I'm sure you will know. So it has no outfall. And some of the water, the drainage from the northwest side over there is coming to our site. So what we've done is we've gone back and modified some of our calculations. We lowered the inlet on that Road B, we're calling it. We've already come up with a name for it, but on the plans it's shown as Road B. So there's an inlet there along that east line of the property. Lowered that some so that that water that's coming off-site will be allowed to enter our system. And we've slightly had to modify the exfiltration system to accommodate for that, but we were able to accomplish that. And another one of the comments was related to parking. Will there be enough parking? So Martell Homes has come up with some go-by plans, roughly a few 2-bedroom, some 3-bedroom, and 4 and possibly 5-bedroom. Those will have to have a garage for the 5th car. But there is area between the sidewalk and the face of where the buildings were. Since we already have the go-by plans, we'll be able to show on our plans where we meet that 20-foot depth from the sidewalk to the face of the house. So that concern has already been addressed as well. And, you know, I think the only other, most of the comments were all fairly related. It basically was the perimeter landscaping. Again, our plans have been modified to show both the interior landscaping areas, the perimeter buffering, and Mr. Holt, the landscape architect, is addressing the planting of that as well. So site lighting was something brought up not in the comments, but it was by the community. And we have ensured that there won't be any light pollution by having lower wattage, fewer lights, so that there's no conflict with neighbors with the lighting. Other than that, I believe that with those issues that we've addressed, that I think we can meet the requirements of the code and satisfy these comments.
Just a word of caution, the Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan, I think, has been updated since the Ivy development was approved.
Yes, sir.
Maybe some additional requirements in that didn't apply to the Ivy that.
I have gone through, in our compatibility analysis, just gone through that Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan and tried to address each one at a time.
Very good. So you think you can have a resubmittal back to us by when?
Probably this time next week, Wednesday of next week.
How does that play with our resubmittal schedule for continuing?
Needs to be quicker, and we can burn the midnight oil to it.
Let me ask for a recommendation from the project manager. Thanks, sir. Thanks, Scott.
Staff would recommend a continuance to see that staff comments are satisfied, as well as to ensure that South Walton Fire Department is okay with this as well. It's a tight site. I'd like to make sure that a conditional approval would be conditioned on all staff comments, not just the ones we have currently. So I would recommend a continuance. If they can get it in, maybe Monday. Actually, I apologize. I have requested this next week off. It will be difficult for me to get to anything submitted until after Wednesday. If it's going to be continued, it should go to the April 7th meeting.
Scott, what are your thoughts on schedule?
Carpenter, I believe that we can meet it, but if Stephen is not able to do a review, options, there's somebody that would be able to step in and
Yeah, he's gonna have to, as the project manager, do the review. Let me suggest this, if we
Next.
continue to April 7th, then subject to all of those comments being addressed, do both Planning Commission and PCC in May. Planning Commission would tentatively be May 13th, and BCC would be May 27th. That would give you the opportunity to advertise both of those meetings in the same mailing, since you're gonna have to mail to everybody within 300 feet, and
We've
there's
actually been doing
probably a bunch
500.
of folks around there that mailing may be kind of large, so if there was a way to combine those, that would certainly save you some money and certainly ensure that the neighbors understand what the proposed schedule is and can be prepared.
Okay, that'll work.
And do we have any public comments on this particular application? Okay. Then you must be addressing the neighbor's concern.
Our hope.
So we appreciate that.
Thanks, sir.
But I think that's probably the most workable schedule, given the large volume of projects that our staff has to review. And that'd give you an opportunity to stay on a timeline that gets you to PCC at the end of May. It's important for us to get this stuff right. If it takes a little bit longer to make sure that we do address all the concerns and touch all the bases that the code requires us to, then I think that's important for us to do that. So we'll entertain a motion to continue this project to the April 7th Technical Review Committee meeting at 8:30 a.m. in this location.
I'll make a motion as stated.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed likewise? Hearing none, this application is continued to the April 7th Technical Review Committee meeting at 8:30 a.m. in this location. Thank you all very much. This moves us to item number 17, the final item on our agenda today. This is Sanctuary Apartments Phase 3, major development reviewed by Bob Baronti. Bob, if you could update us on this application.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Before we start, do you want to make the announcement about the advertisement?
Is there anyone concerned about the advertising for this particular development? Hearing no concerns about the advertising, I will note that this particular applicant has sent mailed notices to folks within 300 feet of the particular parcel for this particular meeting, so we thank the applicant for that additional effort to provide adequate public notice. Rob?
As you said, Mr. Chair, this is a major development application submitted by William Pope requesting to construct up to 96 dwelling units assigned to Phase 3 on approximately 14.3 plus or minus acres with a future land use of residential and mixed use with a zoning district of residential preservation and small neighborhood. The parcel number is in your staff report. Mr. Chair, as you stated, I'll quickly review that the applicant has agreed because of concerns of the neighborhood to send out mailers. The applicant has. I have personally visually checked the signs. The signs are correct. In the infrastructure summary, we have received Dewberry's review with the concurrency, and the concurrency has been met. The staff report you have was before the last resubmittal. I will update a few comments. All comments except one comply with the comprehensive plan. So we have South Forest Fire District's responses. We have in-house environmental review. We have in-house stormwater review. However, there is still an outstanding floodplain management comment that is still a major concern for us. It regards to the calculations of the plans that address the hydrological equivalent storage volume in the staff report. As you're aware, yesterday we discussed the possibility, since it seems like we are not going to agree between what staff is firmly believing and what the applicant believes, that the best option is to do a director's determination to put the determination to bed. And you've requested me to get you the information, which I will do in a timely manner. Besides that, as I said, they're proposing 96 units in the phase 3. Outside of the floodplain arrangements, we did receive a public comment letter from Mr. Stennett, who is on Zoom, still objecting to his access easement. We've also received from the applicant's legal representation their stance on it, talking with our new zoning attorney. We agree that though we committed to Mr. Stennett, and he has, like I said, he is on to speak on this matter, that we would offer any services that either planning staff or legal can provide, but this issue has to be decided and determined and agreed by both of the outside sides, not necessarily us. We need to safeguard that his access is maintained, but that is a private matter between the two. I'd like to enter the staff report in the record, and also the 2 letters that I mentioned to you that were post-publication. You have them in front of you. Enter it into the staff report in the record.
So enter.
And do you have any comments or questions for me before I turn it over to the agent?
No, I acknowledge that we're going to make a determination on the applicability of the compensatory storage. And I'm going to commit to doing that this week.
And I'll have the information to you. Hopefully I'll have it all rounded up today for you. Nothing else. I'll turn it over to the agent and we can hear his presentation.
Thank you, Bob. Good afternoon by now. Good to see y'all.
I heard some of the comments. We know we're down to a floodplain issue. Mr. Carroll's been working with Aaron, and we've also have on staff, or we have aboard, Gemini, who is our floodplain consultant, and we're working on reviewing that and coming up with a resultant for that. The other issue is, I'm not sure, the determination, that's the first time I've heard that, determination that you were working with Bob Baronti on?
Yeah, and that's just to make a determination at staff level as to whether or not this project is subject to complying with the compensatory storage requirements of the floodplain regulation.
Right. Well, maybe and Robert Carroll's here but we're trying to address that from our side and let you know what our thoughts are. And we've been working with this floodplain consultant from the very day one, so he's familiar with the project too. So,
we think they do apply, but we're going to make a formal determination. So if you have a difference of opinion, you'll have a due process of an appeal.
Well, and we'd like to give you our information to maybe help you make your determination.
I'd be happy to accept that before we make the determination,
Okay,
yes.
great. I appreciate
In
it.
the spirit of cooperation, yes.
As far as the only other outstanding comment was Sammy Sanchez, the fire department. We answered that, but we never heard anything back, and we still see in the staff report it's non-compliant, so. Okay. Perfect. Then we're asking for us to move along out of the TRC.
Boy, it took a long time for us to get here, didn't it? Oh, y'all have worked very hard, and we appreciate
that.
The difficulty that we've had to overcome, so we appreciate your cooperation on that.
We're prepared to answer any of the questions that there may be from the public. I know you're going to open it up to them, so we're here to do that too.
Thank you, sir, and we'll give you an opportunity to speak at the conclusion of that. We do want to give any member of the public that is either in the room or on Zoom an opportunity to make a technical comment or ask a technical question. We will get public hearings before the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commission when we reach that point. But we'll take this opportunity for some public comment. Yes, sir, in the room. If you'd come to the podium and state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
I'm Guy Orello. I live at 52 Bay Magnolia Lane. First of all, I think there's a technical problem in the documentation that's been going out to all the neighborhood, especially development plan. Could I borrow your board there for a second? And it's really confused everybody. This is the drawing for Bay Magnolia Lane, which goes around. This used to be an old map that was called Oak Street. The street actually is not like that. The street goes from Cedar at this point straight through that lot, and the road is right there. People in our neighborhood are very confused that is that street, and it's not. And the next question I would have in regards to the fire department and the way they're looking at how to drive into the project, if you see this road right here doesn't exist at all, and that road straight into the new road that they want to try to put in right here is a straight shot in. If this road doesn't even exist at all, there's no turning range coming from Cedar Street into this road to make it turn. So I think there's a technical mistake in how this map got like here, and this is the county map that was provided.
Is that consistent with the plat, which may not reflect where the actual roadway is on the ground?
Okay, so the next question is, when is Bay Magnolia going to look like that, and when is the county going to build this road?
I don't know that there's any commitment on either of those things.
We're aware of that road. How they could ever make it a road. And, there is a house on that right of way. And there's also I don't know who put the road in. We didn't, of course. We had nothing to do with that part of the subdivision, but somebody put a street and made it a one-way street. So we don't show it because it doesn't affect us. It doesn't attract our traffic or anything. So I'm not sure if it really involves us, this problem at all, so. But the road is platted in the old subdivision, Magnolia subdivision.
Yeah, and I seem to recognize that geometry from the plat, which is different than what's on the ground.
Okay, so is Bay Magnolia going to look like this ever?
Right now, I don't think there are any plans to make improvements to Bay Magnolia, certainly not as part of this proposed development. There is an effort to line up entrances with platted roadways. We always are required to do that, recognizing that that roadway may not be constructed or being used in the center of what is platted for the roadway. That could be because there may be some wetlands there. I seem to recall that some portion of that right in there may be impacted by wetlands.
Okay, so from the documentation that's been going out to the neighborhood and all of the drawings that we have, without seeing the road that goes now, the way the road goes, it goes from Cedar Street up between this property right here, and that's a legitimate road, one-way street. The documentation that's being shown, that's being given out to everybody, nobody understands, you know, this drawing of Bay Magnolia.
None of Bay Magnolia is being proposed to be changed with regard to that Cedar Street Road and this diagonal platted roadway. That's not proposed to be changed or to be impacted by this proposed development.
No, but my question is to understand the way their proposal is with this road coming in to this road, which is not on Cedar Street, because this is down. So Cedar Street now ends between these two properties here. So it's very hard for people that are receiving documentation to understand how this is working and how this access road to the new apartments is going to be. And this road coming in is going to access into Cedar Street eventually, but what is the purpose for this new access road to the apartments? And that's the only.
It's required by the fire code to have two means of ingress and egress. Our position is that's supposed to be an emergency exit, and will not receive normal traffic.
Okay, that's the gate right
As
there.
Mr. Carpenter said,
Yes, sir.
that'll meet the second requirement for the fire code, and it will not be everyday vehicles.
Okay, so if the neighborhood, because of this county map, is confused because the road doesn't even exist on this map at all as to where this access comes in, and it looks like the way that anybody could be confused with the way this Bay Magnolia Lane drawing is where the road is now.
Okay.
So everybody's confused that's gotten documentation.
I understand that, but what's the result of that confusion?
The result of the
Objection, a concern about where that road comes out?
I think the county roads should be accurate to begin with.
I mean, that's an accurate plat.
Well, how come that we now have a paved street and we have a street that people think is this street, and it goes from Cedar between those lots, and it's a legitimate paved street. It's called Bay Magnolia Lane. And I don't understand how that is not on any maps.
Probably, if I remember,
It's a driveway.
probably
It has-
paved.
We're
The coun-
confused too. I mean, but we're not including.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is everybody in the neighborhood, people who've received documentations, the documentation from the county, which I think we're working from, that has this plat at the end, has this map at the
Yes,
end, is inaccurate in the way the drawing began. And I don't know how it got like this, and our street doesn't look like this, so nobody on the street can understand what this means in perspective to the reality.
Mr. Chair, none of that lane is not.
I'm not sure, if we had that on there, what would your comment be?
That everybody could understand where this road that they're bringing in is in relation to the reality of thinking this is the road that.
Okay, but
That makes a huge difference it actually might make a difference for you, Mr. Pope, in regards to how far further back this road really actually comes in from what everybody is thinking.
I don't think it would make any difference in the way the site is laid out with regard to the street that's not shown on there.
You're calling that a roadway, I call it a private drive. Somebody put that in and did not consult with the county, certainly didn't consult with us, and they didn't need to, but that is a private road or a private drive that somebody put in.
Between the lots?
Yes. It
I don't think
services
that's-
that house
don't
that I
think
think
that's
is in the right of way,
county-maintained
but that's
road.
not my problem.
Got a one-way street and everything. Who? It's been paved by the city. It was paved at the same time the whole street got paved.
I'm sorry, it's not, it's. They thought the road was there because they had maps.
All right, so but to back up, the way the maps are drawn and the way the information has gone out to people, it's created a huge confusion as to what is the road from Cedar Street and what is Bay Magnolia Road.
Okay, and today we're clearing that up with identifying that the way that that's shown is consistent with the plat, and the road you're describing is not on the plat. It may be on the ground, but it's not on the plat.
It's on the ground, but also this road that you're showing as Bay Magnolia Lane is not on the ground.
It may not be on the ground, but that's where the legal right-of-way is. For the
Okay.
roadway.
Well, it's
It
very
doesn't-
confusing.
And I guess my concern is recognizing, I accept the confusion part, but beyond that, now that we know exactly where it is, we don't see a need to move that or an opportunity to move that. It's required by code, it's an emergency exit only, it's not going to be where there are traffic ingresses and egresses for this phase of the development. People who live there aren't going to use that road.
I understand that. I'm just saying for the sake of confusion for the neighborhood in the way the maps have been drawn, even if they're the platted maps, nobody understands it without the road. And that's created confusion as to really what's going on. So I'll leave it at that. And sorry for the confusion, but I would ask the question, if we're sending out maps that go with this documentation and it's not like the streets exist and look, then I don't know, I don't understand what the purpose of the map is trying to show what reality is now. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to make a comment about this particular application? Melissa?
Yeah, Melissa Ward with Dunlap and Shipman. Dunlap and Shipman represents the estuary. So there's a couple of things. Real quickly, only because we had history with that particular property. And what they're talking about on the aerial, you'll see there's a road that comes right here. And they're right, the county built that road. The county built that road because it was a drive path. This is all wetland. The people were driving, they were coming here, there was no road, they came straight through here, and that's the people that own these properties, and it became a road. The county improved it, and it's actually on somebody's property, and they know it. But they've been maintaining it long enough for it to be, I don't want to use the wrong word, prescriptive easement or, because, there's 100 different types of easements. But anyway, that's what happened. That's why that road doesn't appear that way. If they wanted it for visual representation, it would have to been an aerial underneath there, because the property appraiser's map is correct according to the plat, and then the roadway is on the property appraiser's map that shows where that entrance is. That's unrelated to my issue altogether. I just had that superfluous knowledge. The reason, and I'm going to hand this to Bob, the estuary has been and will continue to be concerned only about what is between the development and the waterway. And I'm going to hand this to, can I bring this up? It's important to note, we recognize the extenuating, extensive effort that the developer has gone through for the conservation easements, redesigning them in order to manipulate the area available for the apartments. So I'm going to use his map again to show you what this is about. If you have the aerial, you'll see that on this portion of the conservation easement, and that conservation easement is all that grassland that where the water comes up from the bay, that's what that is. It's all wetlands and so on and so forth. And north of that, or not really north of it, I guess, west of it, is a tree line, which we think is right here, not inside that conservation easement. The applicant submitted this document, I think he called it a neighborhood improvement plan or something. It's not in the actual site plan, so I just wanted to make sure this is something that I got on the portal that was submitted, I believe, by Mr. Pope. It looks like his handwriting's very nicely done. We first want to say thank you very much for the replanting on the building down here when they encroached some, they were going to do some replanting there. We want that to be a part of the recommendation and development order as it moves forward, okay? So that's one of the things. This needs to, we'd like this to be an exhibit to make sure that this replanting gets done. In addition to that, we'd like for this tree line here to stay in place as a buffer or whatever, because what the issue is, it's twofold. What gets filtered before it gets into the bay from the development, and also if you're, and this is the estuary, they're on this side, and what they're looking at. And this is a lot of record, so eventually they could sell it as a lot to build on, and if they can cut all the trees down, they're looking right across into that. So that's their request, and I've presented that to Mr. Pope just now and to y'all, and I'd like to put it into the record, and we'll probably come back, you know, during the public hearing process and mention it again. He's been very, they've, you know, contacted us. We've been working with them, and I feel like they are trying to meet that requirement as far as that open space and not touching that, and we are super, super happy they took the kayak stuff off of that and are not going to be impacting the bay or the estuary at all. So that's just our additional comment. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else in the audience? Yes, sir. Come to the podium.
My name is Jim Moore, and I live on Bay Magnolia Lane, where the road comes through.
Yes, sir.
So I want to just make clear, we're concerned about neighborhood traffic. And I think I heard that that's going to be addressed by making ingress and egress through our neighborhood only for emergency vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Can that ever be changed in the future? Can somebody come back and say, oh, we got too many people in the apartments, we're going to start using the back way?
Can it ever be changed in the future? Absolutely, it can be changed, but it would require a modification of this development order.
And how hard is that? Or how easy is that?
Well,
and can it be done?
I think as Mr. Pope will probably attest, getting this additional phase has been pretty difficult and pretty expensive for him.
Is required, number one, as you said, by NFRP, but all our tenants, once this is finished, all the tenants come through the main gate, which is off of 331. Nobody can enter, none of the tenants of the apartments can enter back there. The only people who will be allowed will be probably county service and fire and police.
Is that going to be used as a construction entrance?
It probably would be in the beginning, yeah.
And who's going to maintain the gate? The fire department?
No, we maintain the gate. I mean, it's up to us to keep it working, if that's what you're talking about.
Okay. I can attest to a couple of things. One, a fire truck's not going to be able to come in this way or come in wrong way down the one-way street, because they tried to do that
Understand
a month
that.
ago.
In the context of emergency vehicles, that would typically be used when the other entrance might be blocked for some reason.
Okay.
In the event, let's say there was some big fire at the other end that prevented access off of 331, emergency vehicles would use this access.
All right, just wanted to say they hit my mailbox trying to turn around. They didn't knock it down, but the roads are not accessible for extra-large vehicles like that. So
Understand that.
we just want to make sure that the neighborhood is not impacted negatively with 200, potentially 200 cars coming in and out
Yes, sir, and that
2 to
absolutely.
3 times a day.
That's absolutely been our concern also about doing our best to protect the neighborhood to the north. But we do have this code requirement to have two means of egress once you hit 100 units. And that really got enforced after the first phase was developed. So we have to meet that requirement here. But our sensitivity to the neighborhood's concerns about all that extra traffic coming through there has resulted in us making that an emergency-only point of ingress-egress, not for regular tenant traffic.
Okay. As long as it stays that way.
And that will be a condition in the final order once we get to that point.
Okay, and will there be another meeting to?
Yes, sir. There's going to be at least 2 more meetings on this before it gets the final approval. It will go to the Planning Commission, and then it will go to the Board of County Commissioners for final approval. Anyone within 300 feet of the proposed development site will receive a written notice of those hearing dates. And there will be signs similar to what we've had for this meeting.
And an aside for all of that, this road, turnaround road, what is that going to be? Yes, with the cul-de-sac, yes.
Yeah, it's going to be a road that serves mainly the existing 4 we agree, and have to, we want to. We agree with.
And those lots that are on the bay that you own?
We own, we have no plan. If we did anything with it, we'd have to come back.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I think we've got 2 more hands up on Zoom. Margaret Landry.
Hi, how are you?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I had just a couple of comments, and one was about the wetlands. It seems like there's considerable wetlands there, and the density of this, it seems like there should not be, as much as because of evacuation routes and just the wetlands. The other thing is I noticed on an aerial of the area, even without this development, it seems to be that there's some runoff and turbidity that enters into the bay. And I think this development would cause more of that, not to mention the floodplain issues with, the high density. So I was kind of curious about that. Of course, the evacuation route and the density. And I understand the floodplain manager has not signed off on this and what they would think about the development due to the fact that those are wetland areas.
Well, I can address a couple of things. The floodplain comments, we will make a final determination on this week, and I will be making that determination. With regard to stormwater, they're required to attenuate and treat their stormwater such that it does not enter the bay directly. We're very comfortable that what has been proposed will accomplish that. I'm sorry, did you have another question?
Well, just the density, it seems like the intent of that zoning category doesn't, the intent is not to allow that much density in the area.
Would have to disagree with you on that. We have looked at density on this particular site. We've looked at all of the comprehensive plan provisions that further limit density based on environmental conditions. And you may or may not know that this was proposed at a much higher density, and through the review process and discussions with the applicant, it has been reduced down to an additional phase of 96 units.
145 units.
Yes, sir.
And through the floodplain conservation easements, discussions, and calculations, it came down to 97. We're showing 96 units, 3 buildings. And it's really not that dense. What's really made, and I have a little bit of a sales job, but what's really made this apartment so successful and waiting list is all the green we have around it, all the conservation easements. And people, compared to some other complexes we have, that are laid out like barracks, this one is laid out environmentally through all the conservation easements.
Thank you, sir. And I do to agree with you. The environmentally sensitive areas adjacent to this property are part of the reason people like living in these locations, because of the protections to the wetlands. There's an extensive boardwalk system through the wetlands as part of phase 1. And we have looked at this development very closely to make sure that those provisions that do further limit density are being applied to this particular site. And as Mr. Pope indicated, this was originally a proposal for approximately 145 units. And those policies have been applied to this site based on the environmental sensitivity of the site and the locations of the buildings as proposed to reduce that density. So yes, ma'am, we have already done that.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. We have one more hand up on Zoom. Mr. Sennett, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Can hear you now.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time. I know it's been a long day for everybody, and being the last of the show, it's making it even more tedious for everyone. But I want to spare, all the people in the attendance the main grievances that my neighbors have had over the years with this project. And we all want to be good neighbors. We understand that it's a very thin balance to accommodate the number of people that want to live in the area and preserving the beauty of this place. And we all get that, I think, and the board in particular has been doing a fantastic job of just making sure that this happened. And it's a difficult task. We all realize that. But what I want to convey today is with all these issues that happen, and I'm talking about flooding and interruptions in utilities and so forth, and egress and ingress. A couple years ago, and I'll say these things because I just want, maybe some people in the board are aware, some people are not, and I just want to give you a quick background, and I won't draw that out long, but we're finally able to come up to resolution on some of these matters that were regarding nuisance, noise, egress and ingress, flooding, et cetera. We put them to rest a couple years ago in September 2010 with a settlement. So about the specific issues was, in particular, the matter of an easement, which at the time was precarious. And so the idea for all there that live in this area was to make sure that we secure this easement. And it was agreed upon in the settlement, and it was recorded, as a matter of fact, and I'll just say this for the record, and this is in book 3092, and this is pages 1631 through 1642 of the Walton County Court Record. So the idea of this 66-foot easement is not only was established for the purpose of egress and ingress, but also to establish a buffer for the intrusive nature of the apartments. Obviously, we know that a lot of apartments, a lot of cars, a lot of noise. We needed to have this, and it was agreed upon that obviously this would serve the purpose. So again, to give you a little background, this easement is adjacent to the property line of about 4 of my neighbors, my residents also, and then also another vacant parcel that my family owns under trust to the south of me. And then it continues on all the way to the intersection that people talked about prior. That's to Bay Magnolia, and the intersection of Bay Magnolia and Cedar Street. So my comment here is, as I look at the proposed drawing that Rostar is submitting to your offices, is the easement is reduced from 66 feet to 15 feet. So it is clear and apparent that, one, they're changing the nature, the character, the fit, and also the purpose of the easement in defiance of the recorded agreement. As it stands, what I think is really important here is the proposed new easement. It would make it absolutely impossible for me to exit my property with my vehicles. I've got a boat, I've got a trailer, and there's no way I can get out and make that turn where it is. In fact, the new easement would sit right in front of a telephone pole, palm trees, and other things. So furthermore, what's even more concerning also is the proposed easement makes absolutely no consideration of access to the vacant parcel that I own to the south of my residence, effectively rendering it landlocked. So having said all this, with, I think all the goodwill that was put forth in the last couple of years, I'm just baffled that, Rostar would come to the county and just not even make any consideration of what was agreed upon and literally lock me out or lock some of my property out completely for ingress and ingress. So that's my comment. I hope it's taken into consideration. We want to be good neighbors. We want to strike a good balance, as we said before. But this to me seems like it's just flagrant and absolutely just it shocks everybody around. So that's my comment for today. I thank you for listening, and I hope we come to a good resolution.
Thank you, Chris. Do we have anybody else on Zoom or in the room that wishes to make a comment about this proposed application? Seeing none, would the applicant like to offer some comments?
This is part of the record. This is actually our lawyer, Mr. Sennett, fails to mention that his lawyer and our lawyer are discussions. We've proposed various rearrangements. It's a private agreement, first of all, but the private agreement allows for us to change that easement as we go on. We've offered him several different renditions, and we've not heard back yet, but we're working with him. So just so you know, it's not a dead issue, and we're not trying to run him out or not give him access. It's always been our main purpose to give him an access, a good access, where he can move his boat trailer around and all that.
And we appreciate that. And we would encourage you to make sure that he does have adequate access for the expected use of the two parcels. Very good. Thank you for that. I think Mr. Sennett has one more comment to make. Chris, can you hear us?
I can, and thank you. And again, not to draw this out any longer. Yes, it is possibly a private agreement, but again, the most important thing is like I said before, the nature, the purpose of the and the character of this easement is not to be changed. Yes, it can be moved, and we agree to this. But again, the size of it, the nature of it, does not need to be changed. And as far as lawyers and whatnot, I haven't heard a thing. So there may have been some talk, but I haven't. Nobody's come up to me with something concrete that would render access to my property. So as far as I look right now, it's the way I see it. If the TRC decides to proceed with this application the way it looks, again, it would render at least one of my properties completely unusable for access and partially my residence unusable for access as well. So that's my comment. And again, I thank you for your time, and I appreciate all that you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I think that was the last hand up on Zoom. I see no more hands up in the room. Bob, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to amend my motion a little bit, to conditionally approve, however, not to schedule it for a planning commission meeting until you issue your director's determination and the ramifications of that is worked out. And if need be, the results would have to be re-reviewed.
Okay, can we add some resolution of the issue, related to the access to the two adjacent lots to that?
Mr. Hall,
Mac, I wouldn't suggest that. And we'd be glad to help with whatever resources we have in the discussion, but it's a private easement
Then
issue.
let's leave that outside of the motion then.
Yes, please.
and Public Works and Dewberry removed that comment because it was responded to them that there will be access. That's why that comment doesn't exist any more longer.
Okay, and I'm sure we'll get to hear about this again at the Planning Commission,
Yes, sir.
once we get there. We have a recommended motion. Do we have a motion that dies?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? What the heck happened to him? Can you offer some guidance? Did we lose our quorum? I don't know that there's a quorum required. Gosh, I thought it was such an interesting meeting up until
It was
we lost
going
half
so
our audience.
fast.
Given that we don't have a quorum requirement,
Would you like
At this point, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that we contact one or more of the other staff members if we can, bring them back online.
Or do you want to, here's a option maybe, since we are going to get the director's determined quickly, and as other planners said, the staff reports are due Monday, could we bring it back? So then there could be no legal issues moving it forward?
let's see if we can get at least one of these folks back online here. Because I can't make the motion.
Public Works dropped off because they had a meeting at 12, I believe it was 12 or 12:30, so I think they're late for the meeting.
I know it's lunchtime, but that's very important at Public Works. Okay. We'll wait for just a few minutes while we
Anna's on.
We have Anna back on.
If we could come back to order, I think we have Public Works back online here with us. Thank you, Anna, for rejoining us. We're at the point of making a motion on the last item on the agenda this morning, which is Sanctuary Apartments Phase 3. The recommended motion, I think, is that we conditionally approve this subject to resolution of the question of compensatory storage and the director's determination and anything that may result from that decision prior to moving this forward to Planning Commission.
And I made a motion to that effect.
We have a motion, and now we need a second. Anna, please.
Hey, this is Brandy. I second.
Okay, we'll take that. Thank you, Brandy.
You're welcome.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, likewise. The motion is carried. Thank you for rejoining us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Goodbye.
That concludes our agenda this afternoon. Thank you all very much. We'll stand adjourned.